Chapter 2056. Luo Mavis replied coldly, then let's count it as 5 moves. Including the first punch, I used 6 moves and you only used 1. What if he can't stand up? Chu Yuan asked. Luo Mavis replied indifferently, if he can force me back with 1 palm, then he can stand up, but he won't have the strength to retaliate after that. After I defeat you, I'll give him 4 more moves. If I say 10 moves, then I'll give him 10 moves. Not 1 more, not 1 less. So it's our battle next? Chu Yuan smiled. Luo Mavis raised a brow. Are you afraid? Chu Yuan's lips curled up. Are you sure those 5 punches hit him? Luo Mavis was stunned and subconsciously looked down. He was no longer there, having used a teleportation array to dodge at the critical moment. How could that be? Luo Mavis was shocked and looked into the distance. Lu Yin patted the dust off his clothes. Luo Mavis was patting his clothes, but he moved his arms and said, is it strange? Those 5 punches didn't hit me, they hit him. Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. You interfered. That was formless. Chu Yuan smiled. I also said that I had to defeat him in 5 moves. I couldn't have let you break it, but... He paused and looked at Lu Yin. I didn't think that you would be able to dodge it yourself. A source box array, huh? Not bad. Luo Mavis's eyes trembled. This Lu family descendant had used a source box array to escape, but Chu Yuan had used formless to replace him. The two had unintentionally worked together to deceive her. Don't forget, you still have 4 moves left, and so do I. Chu Yuan's index finger shattered the tree branch. Luo Mavis snorted. 4 moves is enough. Lu Yin laughed and rubbed his wrist. I've seen countless people throughout my cultivation, but few are as arrogant as you guys. 4 moves, right? Fine, I'll use 4 moves as well. Let's see if I can make you guys lie on the ground. Chu Yuan smiled. Your era hasn't improved at all. You're still using the power of our era, and we're already standing at the peak of our era. How can you win? Lu Yin solemnly replied. Are you proud of your era? You're looking down on our era? Fine, I'll use the power created by the heroes of our era to deal with you. After saying that, his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the Withering Ancestors' battle technique. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis watched in amazement. What kind of battle technique was this? Lu Yin quickly shriveled up like a corpse and he pressed down with his hand. 80,000 stars suddenly appeared and circled around him, turning the area into a universe. Luo Mavis snorted. What a mess. Her eyes flashed green as she used her innate gift, Vitality's rhythm. She stared at Lu Yin in a futile attempt to influence him, but it was to no avail. Lu Yin stood firmly in his original position, though his body had suddenly recovered a little. Lu Yin stared at Luo Mavis. Her innate gift was different from Heaven's emergence, and it had directly affected him. Luo Mavis was extremely shocked. How could it be that it was useless? Chu Yuan waved his hand and grabbed at the surrounding stars. Suddenly, all of the stars converged as if the entire universe had shrunk. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Chu Yuan and used Sirius's palm to summon the stars. Chu Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he retreated until he was less than a meter away from Sirius's palm. However, Sirius's palm could not get any closer and Chu Yuan could not dodge any further. Lu Yin's eyes widened when he saw that Chu Yuan's body was covered in a layer of formless energy. This was formless, and the stars that came into contact with Chu Yuan's body would immediately circulate. It was no wonder why Chu Yuan was able to nullify all battle techniques. Since that was the case, Lu Yin retracted his palm and the stars reappeared. Luo Mavis punched out from beside him and at the same time the surrounding void began to burn. This was Sengoku. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen such a young person use Sengoku, and it was incomparably tyrannical. Even Lu Yin himself was afraid of that one punch. When he had faced Sengoku's fist during his origin tribulation, he had used his Akalanatha elephant to forcefully receive it. He could still do the same now, but the elephant belonged to the Lu family and was not something that had been created by the geniuses of this era. If Lu Yin wanted to restore the name of this era, then he could not use the elephant to increase his strength. Thus he might as well forcefully resist. Luo Mavis's fist landed on Lu Yin's chest, and at the same time 80,000 stars converged into a sword. Sirius's sword technique swept out in all directions, including both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. This was the sword sect's 14th sword. Lu Yin did not know which era the 13th sword belonged to, but it should not have reached the above heaven era. Even if it had, it should have been the 14th sword from Emperor Lu. Chu Yuan attacked at the same time, using a strange method to tap Lu Yin's abdomen from afar. This finger seemed ordinary, but if the Sirius stars continued to revolve, they would discover that this finger had avoided all of the stars' revolutions, allowing Lu Yin to see through the movements of Sirius stars in the shortest time possible. Lu Yin was punched in the chest by He Luo Mavis, but he did not dodge this time. He could not avoid it and the punch sent him crashing into the ground. Chu Yuan's finger descended at the same time, landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's 14th sword also landed on He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's bodies. The 14th sword was very strange. It did not cause any external damage, but it destroyed everything from the inside. The 13th sword could be used as a sword as long as one had emotions, and the 14th sword was pain. It was the pain of Emperor Lu's imprisonment. When the sword slashed down, it did not feel anything. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at each other. Impossible. Even if this person was not their match, that sword should have done something. The next moment, He Luo Mavis felt an intense pain in his body, as if he had been stabbed from the inside. He unconsciously coughed a few times and Chu Yuan did the same. The two looked at each other in shock. An alternative way of the sword. I didn't think that there would be someone in this era who could comprehend this way of the sword. The way of the sword has not declined, Chu Yuan said in astonishment. He Luo Mavis replied, it's very difficult to be the first to comprehend this way of the sword, but once you do, countless people will follow suit. This is why the way of the sword has not declined, but very few people from the Lu family practice it. Chu Yuan looked down. He might not be able to stand up after taking our attacks. He Luo Mavis was indifferent. He's worthy of being a descendant of the Lu family if he can hurt us. I still have 2 moves left. She had used her innate gift of life and Sengoku's punch, which equaled 2 moves. Chu Yuan's lips curled up. He had just attacked once and had seen through the movements of Sirius stars. I still have 3 moves left. I also have 2 moves left. Lu Yin's voice came from underground, shocking both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. How could he be fine? Even further away, a group of cultivators from the 6th mainland looked on nervously. Lu Yin's battle had pushed them further and further away, and they could no longer see clearly. However, they could still vaguely make out that Lu Yin had been beaten into the ground again. Lu Yin was actually being suppressed like this. Lu Yin stood up from underground and slowly floated to the surface. He had used things develop in their opposite, to wither his body, but now that he had mostly recovered he could at least recognize his appearance. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at him in confusion. What the hell? If one did not learn that things develop in their opposite, they would never be able to understand the wonders of this technique. As long as He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's attacks could not break through Lu Yin's limit, their attacks would only help him recover and become a source of strength that he could use. This was what things develop in their opposite meant. Ancestor Ku had created this incomparably mysterious technique. Who said that the era was waning? The above heaven sex era had been very powerful with endless battle techniques and techniques. The path of cultivation had blossomed, and astral sources were not the only path. However, this era had also produced geniuses like the symbol progenitor Qin and Ancestor Ku. Their strength had been dazzling even in the above heaven sex era. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin in amazement. What technique is this? If I'm not wrong, you're using our strength to nourish yourself. Lu Yin grinned. Smart. I don't mind telling you that if you want to beat me, you'll have to use attacks that exceed my limit. Otherwise they'll only help me recover. Do you have that ability? Chu Yuan praised. Good technique. Even our era didn't have this technique. Although the era is waning, there are still some geniuses. You're Lu Yin, right? I acknowledge you. If you can survive 5 moves from me, then you'll be the Dao child of this era, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. He Luo Mavis sighed. Enough with the nonsense. What's so difficult about using attacks that exceed my limit? She stared at Lu Yin. Don't blame me if you die. Lu Yin clenched his fists. You don't have the ability to beat me. With that, his body withered once more. Things develop in their opposite direction again. He Luo Mavis's expression changed and a giant tree appeared behind her. Green spots continuously fused into her body, causing her aura to surge. Even though he couldn't see the rune lines, he could sense that the current Luo Mavis was much stronger than before. He was no stranger to this scene. It was similar to the Lu family's visualization technique. Back in the Sovereign Tournament, Luo Mavis had used it as well. He remembered that she had called it limitless strength. Crack. The ground cracked open and Luo Mavis looked up at Lu Yin. She clenched her right fist, causing the void to tremble and ripple in all directions. Her strength had exceeded the limits of space, and even without attacking, it was enough to cause the void to explode. What was even more exaggerated was that the void around her had been set ablaze. The Warring States era had descended, and it was incredibly domineering. As Luo Mavis attacked, the void was pushed apart layer by layer, as if she was closing the distance between them. This punch was incredibly powerful. It contained both the Mavis family's limitless strength and battle force. Even a cultivator with 4 origin tribulations might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's clenched fist opened up and he sent a palm towards Luo Mavis. It was still the clear sky palm and there was nothing special about it. The clear sky palm had been powerful enough to force back the previous Luo Mavis, but the current Luo Mavis couldn't even touch her before she shattered it with a single punch. Then a tyrannical punch landed on Lu Yin's body. Luo Mavis had thought that this punch would be enough to send Lu Yin flying, and that it had exceeded his limits. However, Lu Yin stood in place without moving, and only his withered body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. As long as it didn't exceed the body's limits, he would be able to withstand it. But what was the limit of Lu Yin's body? Even he didn't know. Thank you, DCF Heavenly Calamity Caramel Roddy can't sleep enough. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I've been updating for 4 days now and I've added a total of 5 chapters. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a break. Thank you for your support. The Apex. Chapter 2057. Before his tribulation, Lu Yin had broken through 3 stages, which allowed him to deal with a 3rd tribulation powerhouse. His physical defense was terrifying, and although he had sealed the 3 stages after his tribulation, he had still undergone 4 tribulations which had greatly increased his strength. Although his battle force couldn't withstand a single punch from Luo Mavis, Lu Yin's physical defense was shockingly strong. Luo Mavis was the first person from the Above Heaven sect to experience this. Her punch had only helped Lu Yin recover, but it hadn't harmed him in the slightest. She couldn't believe this result. At that moment, Chu Yuan appeared above Lu Yin's head. He did something that caused all of the energy that had been scattered to the surroundings to gather in his palm, and he controlled it like a whirlpool as he slammed it down at Lu Yin. This attack wasn't any weaker than Luo Mavis' punch, but the difference was that Lu Yin had already recovered and could no longer absorb the energy in the opposite direction. This was the moment Chu Yuan had been waiting for. He believed that Luo Mavis had the ability to unleash an attack that exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits. If it exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits, then Chu Yuan would lose this match. But if it didn't, then he could take advantage of the opportunity to land a palm strike that would be enough to end the battle. Luo Mavis hadn't expected Chu Yuan to take advantage of her, and she couldn't stop the incoming attack. She looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he faced Chu Yuan's attack and slowly raised his hand. Luo Mavis' expression changed. Don't court death. He comprehended the primeval Dao technique and absorbed all of my energy. Don't take it head on. Lu Yin acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued to grab at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was astonished, and a flash of vigilance appeared in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but retract some of his strength. The next moment, Chu Yuan's palm collided with Lu Yin's right palm. It should have been an earth-shattering collision, but the terrifying energy gathered in Chu Yuan's palm was directly suppressed. Lu Yin grabbed Chu Yuan's hand and viciously flung it to the ground, causing Chu Yuan's body to sink into the ground with a thump. At that moment, Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared above Luo Mavis, pressing down with both hands as he used the limitless clear emptiness palms. Palm after palm pressed down on Luo Mavis, who tried to evade, but as soon as she took a step forward, her body abruptly returned to her original position. This was a teleportation array that Lu Yin had set up when he had attacked Chu Yuan, and he had been waiting for this moment. Luo Mavis couldn't react in time and was hit by dozens of limpid emptiness palms. She was also pressed into the ground. The range of the limpid emptiness palms included Chu Yuan. This was the first time that Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan had been completely suppressed. Lu Yin soared through the void and suppressed the entire area. In the distance, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were aghast when they saw this scene, as the tables had turned too quickly. They had all thought that Lu Yin was finished, but they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to take on two opponents by himself and suppress both of them. The dozens of emptiness palms released all of the power that Lu Yin had absorbed from the two of them, including his own power. It could be said that no one in his generation was qualified to make Lu Yin take action like this. Only experts who had reached the fourth or fifth origin tribulation could make him do this. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked down at the dust that had enveloped the world. His wrists were a little sore. The limpid emptiness palms were fierce and gave him some pressure. He just didn't know how the two of them were faring. The dust on the ground slowly dispersed, revealing that the terrain outside the main hall had completely changed. There were now two bottomless pits in the ground. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. He could feel that the two's auras were actually very stable. Had the limpid emptiness palms not caused any damage? He exhaled. As expected of a Tao child from the era of above heaven. It was no wonder why they were so confident that they could not defeat them with just this little trick. In the universe, it was already difficult for a cultivator with 1 or 2 origin tribulations to challenge someone with 3 or 4 origin tribulations above their realm. For example, once the 10 arbiters broke through to emissary, they would be qualified to challenge someone with 3 or even 4 origin tribulations. Those who could challenge someone with 5 origin tribulations were few and far between. Lu Yin had been able to challenge someone with 3 origin tribulations before becoming an emissary. Once he became an emissary, even someone like the Sea King, who was at the peak of 4 origin tribulations, would not be his match. Lu Yin was one of a kind in this universe. Now there were a few more such existences, and they were the Tao children from the era of above heaven. The ground cracked open as Luo Mavis propped up a piece of land and walked out. She casually tossed it to the side, causing a huge explosion. She looked up at Lu Yin and saw that he was in a rather sorry state. Not far away, Chu Yuan walked out as well. He was much quieter, but he also seemed to be in a much worse state than before. His gaze was no longer as gentle as before. He had just been smashed to the ground by Lu Yin by the arm, something that had never happened even in the era of above heaven, let alone in this era. Although Chu Yuan's expression was calm, there was an unprecedented chill and pressure in the depths of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Luo Mavis suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. Why was she so happy after being beaten up? Luo Mavis laughed out loud, pointing at Chu Yuan as she continued to laugh. Chu Yuan was calm. Is it that funny? Luo Mavis laughed until she was out of breath and clutched her stomach. No, I never thought that you would have such a day. Chu Yuan, have you ever thought that this day would come for you? Ah. Chu Yuan frowned and looked at Lu Yin. You've surprised me. Before Lu Yin could reply, Luo Mavis laughed again. Too funny, ha, too funny, too funny. If only those fellows were here. Lu Yin descended and was puzzled. What's so funny? Luo Mavis clutched her stomach and pointed at Chu Yuan, unable to hold back her laughter. Can you imagine how funny it is for a dignified Tao disciple to be flung to the ground? Can you imagine how funny it is for the only person who was received by the progenitor to be flung to the ground? He has an extraordinary bearing and is known as the Chosen One. Ha, too funny. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and looked at Chu Yuan. The Chosen One? Chu Yuan was indifferent. It's just a meaningless title. He stared at Lu Yin. You've indeed surprised me. Even in our era you would have been able to compete with a Tao disciple. But I still have 2 moves left and they're enough to defeat you. Luo Mavis's previous indifference was replaced by mockery. Still pretending? You're the best at it in our group. She then looked at Chu Yuan. I still have 1 move left. Let's work together and beat him up. This woman had changed greatly, but not because of her personality, but because she had acknowledged him as her equal. Her way of speaking was completely different now, and she no longer acted high and mighty. She even hoped to drag Chu Yuan down. She had followed Chu Yuan from the start to see what he was up to, and her goal had not changed. She had just gained an expert. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan. That's a tempting suggestion. Chu Yuan was calm. It doesn't matter. 2 moves for 2 people is enough. Ha 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 ha. Luo Mavis laughed again. Chu Yuan raised a brow and looked at her with dissatisfaction. He was speechless as well. His battle passion had been extinguished by this woman's laughter. Luo Mavis pointed at Chu Yuan and laughed. Still pretending? Why don't you take a look at yourself before saying that? Your face is covered in dust. Don't you feel embarrassed? He didn't even use death energy or the Lu family's general appointing platform. He defeated you in 1 move, ha? Chu Yuan frowned, and the void around him distorted as he prepared to attack. Lu Yin's body dried up once more. He had just thrown Chu Yuan to the ground and then used the limitless clear emptiness palm, which could only be counted as 1 move. He also had 1 move left, but it would be difficult to win by relying on the battle techniques of this era. The Death God's transformation, the Su secret art, the Yu secret art, and the primogenitor's scripture all belonged to the primordial era. Even so, it was unrealistic for Chu Yuan to defeat him in 1 move. He did not plan on teaming up with Luo Mavis, and he wanted to try taking one of Chu Yuan's attacks and see if he could defeat both of them at the same time. He had made a bet with Lu Yin that he would be able to defeat both of them within 5 moves. Luo Mavis stopped laughing and a tree appeared behind her as she prepared to attack. Chu Yuan only had 2 moves left, while Lu Yin and Luo Mavis each had 1 move left. If Chu Yuan wanted to attack them at the same time, he would only have 1 move left. Just as the 3 were about to attack, a stern voice rang out. Stop. Lu Yin and the others looked to the west and saw a figure walk out of the void. The figure exuded a boundless pressure that forced them to stop. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis exchanged glances and they both frowned. This was the strength of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer and his heart sank. 9 luminaries? He's actually here? The news of the Daoist sect's ruins containing an astral source would definitely spread to the upper echelons of the 6th mainland, but Lu Yin had not expected 9 luminaries to arrive so quickly. With 9 luminaries' strength as a half-ancestor, the moment he spoke, Lu Yin and the others naturally stopped attacking. The 3 of them combined could not even compare to a single finger of 9 luminaries. Who allowed you to fight here? Tell me who you are. 9 luminaries looked down at the 3 of them, and his appearance calmed the 6th mainland's cultivators who were watching the show. Chu Yuan frowned, and when he saw 9 luminaries staring at him, he slowly said, "The 1st mainland's Dao source." Opposite him, Luo Mavis also spoke up. "The 2nd mainland's Dao source." 9 luminaries' gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. He did not recognize Lu Yin because Lu Yin had used things move in the opposite, and his entire body had withered away like a corpse. Lu Yin spoke up. "The 5th mainland's Dao source." Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis glanced at him in astonishment. The 5th mainland's Dao source? There was no Dao source in this era, but there was no way to refute that. This person was equivalent to a Dao source in this era. From Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis' point of view, Lu Yin's self-confidence in his status as a Dao source was a little wrong. However, from what 9 luminaries had heard, these 3 people all came from the above heaven sect era. So, you're heroes from the primordial era. 9 luminaries swept his gaze over the trio. I am the 6th mainland's 9 luminaries. Welcome to this era, and welcome to my 6th mainland's Dao source sect as guests. However, these are the ruins of the 5th mainland's Dao source sect, so it would be best if the 3 of you did not stay here for too long. We're sky blue. Luo Mavis asked 9 luminaries. 9 luminaries replied, he's in my 6th mainland's Dao source sect. If you wish to see him, I can send someone to fetch you. The Apex. Chapter 2058. No need, I'm not interested in meeting him. Since half-ancestor 9 luminaries doesn't want us to fight here, then we'll leave first, Lu Yin said. He wanted to leave 9 luminaries, not because he was afraid that 9 luminaries would attack him. At this point it was unlikely that 9 luminaries would attack him. Lu Yin was afraid that Lan Xian would recognize him and demand his blood. Although he didn't know why Lan Xian wanted his blood, it couldn't be a good thing. I hope that the 3 of you can leave the Dao source sect's ruins as soon as possible. Also, don't spread the news that there is an astral source here. Can the 3 of you do that? Luo Mavis raised an eyebrow and said coldly, so what if I can't do it? It's our freedom to come or not. 9 Brilliance's face darkened. Luo Mavis had acknowledged Lu Yin and her attitude towards him had changed. Although 9 Glories was a half-ancestor from Luo Mavis's perspective, He was only a higher realm than them. If he wasn't a half-ancestor, then 9 glories wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand on the same level as them. Besides, she also hated the people from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin was speechless. This Hulua Mavis had a very bad temper, and she was completely different from the other Mavis clansmen. Although Yuhua Mavis had a fiery temper at times, she was usually very ladylike. It was best for him to leave quickly as he did not want to provoke the 9 luminaries right now. I agree. Don't worry, I won't announce this to the outside world. He could announce to his own people that the people from the Great Eastern Alliance were his own people. 9 Brilliance's expression softened when he heard Lu Yin's words, and he shot a cold glance at Hulua Mavis. If it weren't for the fact that the humans were united against the Eternals, he wouldn't have been so courteous. He would have captured all of these Dao disciples and forced them to hand over their ancient inheritances. Half-ancestor 9 luminaries, I'll take my leave first. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened here, Lu Yin said before walking away under 9 luminaries' calm gaze. There was a teleportation beam there, but he didn't know where it would teleport him, so it was best to leave first. 9 lights did not stop him. Chu Yuan took a deep look at Lu Yin as he could tell that Lu Yin was avoiding the 9 luminaries. This person had purposely mentioned that he was a Dao disciple of the 5th mainland in order to mislead the 9 luminaries into thinking that Lu Yin had come from the above heaven sect era like them. Although he could tell, Chu Yuan did not expose it. There was no need for him to show goodwill to the 9 luminaries. His appearance was as gentle as jade, but he was actually as arrogant as Hulua Mavis, Sky Jialan and the others. He looked down on the people of this era. So what if they were half-ancestors? Given enough time he would definitely become ancestor, let alone a mere half-ancestor. At this moment the void distorted and Lan Xian walked out. Half-martial ancestor 9 luminaries, what's wrong? 3 Daoists from the era of above heaven are fighting, so we can only let them leave first. Lan Xian nodded. If it had been in the past, these people would not have been able to escape. However, it was not the right time to attack them now. Not to mention the threat of the Eternals. Those ancient powerhouses were difficult to deal with. Who knew what kind of people had come? Those Elysium sect leaders were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Lan Xian saw Lu Yin walking towards the teleportation beam. His back. Stop right there. Lan Xian barked as she stared at him. Lu Yin turned around and his withered corpse appearance startled Lan Xian. She stared at him. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yin. 9 Lights was shocked. Lu Yin's heart sank. I'm a Dao child of the 5th mainland. In the distance, a cultivator from the 6th mainland shouted, reporting to the half-progenitor. He's Lu Yin. 9 Glories was enraged when he heard this. Bastard, he actually lied to him. He didn't hesitate to charge towards the teleportation beam, but he was still less than 2 meters away. This distance wasn't too far for him, and it was even less for Lan Xian. He saw his surroundings. Cherry blossoms filled the sky, and the sound of a 3-string drum filled his ears. Lu Yin was aghast. This was troublesome. Within his inner world he shouted, Lan Xian, don't you want my blood? Those two's blood are even more precious. One is a descendant of the primogenitor, and the other is a descendant of the mother tree. Lan Xian was astonished and she subconsciously looked at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were at a loss. What descendant of the primogenitor? What descendant of the mother tree? With Lu Yin's strength, it was impossible for him to escape from a half-progenitor's inner world. Fortunately, he had been prepared and he had brought along the Styx before entering. The Styx was very strange. It looked like a river and was liquid, but it was also solid. It could be grasped in one's hand or hidden in one's bosom. Lu Yin stepped onto the Styx and instantly disappeared into the teleportation beam. He had upgraded the Styx 3 times, and its maximum speed was not any slower than the second Night King's. The second Night King was a peak emissary second only to a half-progenitor. Even Lan Xian couldn't stop Lu Yin from escaping. He couldn't escape from a distance of 2 meters, but he could use the Styx's speed to escape. 9 Glories had originally wanted to attack, as he didn't have any ill intentions towards Lu Yin. He was just angry that he had been tricked. However, when he saw Lan Xian's inner world, he thought that he had a good chance of succeeding. He hadn't expected that Lu Yin would still be able to escape. Where did this brat get so many strange external objects? Lan Xian was annoyed as she had been distracted by Lu Yin's words. His words had been too shocking as he had mentioned the primogeniture and the mother tree. She stared at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis with an unsightly expression. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were currently in Lan Xian's inner world, looking at the brilliant cherry blossoms. They were absolutely beautiful but also very dangerous. Gentlemen, is Lu Yin speaking the truth? Lan Xian stared at the two. Chu Yuan didn't understand. What does this half-progenitor mean? Who is the primogenitor's descendant? Lan Xian asked. Ever since she had become a half-progenitor, she knew that the primogenitor was not just a legend. There was a statue of the primogenitor in the 6th mainland's Daoist sect. Of course, she had once suspected that the primogenitor had been fabricated by the later generations and that this statue was fake. However, ever since people from the era of the Above Heaven sect had appeared, she knew that the primogenitor truly existed. There were also cultivators from the era of the Above Heaven sect in the 6th mainland, and some of them were from the 6th mainland as well. The more she understood, the more excited Lan Xian became. If one of these two was truly a descendant of the primogenitor, then the value of his blood would be much higher than Lu Yin's. Chu Yuan calmly replied, the primogenitor has no descendants. If there is one, it would be a descendant, not a descendant. Lan Xian frowned. Lu Yin lied to me? Hulua Mavis snorted. This is the first time I've seen someone who can lie so easily. Then who is the mother tree's descendant? Lan Xian asked again. Hulua Mavis rolled her eyes. How could the mother tree have a descendant? Lan Xian was furious as she had been tricked. The words primogenitor and mother tree had been too shocking, and her attention had been diverted. Since you knew that he was Lu Yin, why didn't you say anything? Nine Lights angrily rebuked and glared at the two. Chu Yuan remained calm. Who he is has nothing to do with us. I acknowledge him as the 5th mainland's Dao child. I acknowledge him as well, Hulua Mavis added. Nine Lights was furious as well, as these two's unreasonable arrogance had allowed Lu Yin to deceive him. Pass down my orders. Have the person who left as soon as possible pass down the message. Distribute futons to all imprinters so that they can enter the Daoist sect's ruins to replenish their astral sources. Lu Yin stepped forward to reveal that the Daoist sect's ruins contained astral sources, and the total amount of astral sources here exceeded the amount that he and Lan Xian needed to replenish. Rather than benefiting the 5th mainland, it would be better to let the 6th mainland's cultivators replenish their astral sources. Nine Lights grew angry when he recalled Lu Yin's words. That bastard had said twice that he would not announce this to the public. Only a fool would believe his words. Lan Xian looked deeply at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. I heard that you're both Dao children. Does that mean that your families aren't too far off from the Lu family? Even if they aren't, it shouldn't be too far off. Hulua Mavis proudly replied, my Mavis family is the family at the helm of the 2nd mainland, while the Lu family is the family at the helm of the 5th mainland. Our statuses are equal. Lan Xian looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was much more cautious than Hulua Mavis. Considering Lu Yin's words before he had escaped and Lan Xian's strange attitude, he calmly replied, I'm just a normal person. Hulua Mavis sneered. Chu Yuan, when did you become so humble? You're the only Dao child among us who has been received by the progenitor. Your innate gift is extraordinary. Nine Lights and Lan Xian were shocked. He had actually been received by the progenitor? Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Could this foolish woman not see the situation clearly? It was no wonder that she was known as the most arrogant person in the history of the Mavis family. Lan Xian smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lu Yin had managed to escape, these two weren't bad either. The Mavis family was a race that the 6th mainland had always wanted to capture. When the 6th mainland had invaded the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland had issued an order to capture the Mavis family members. It was rumored that the Mavis family could control all the plants in the universe, and their bloodline wasn't any weaker than the Lu family's. However, the other Dao child had actually been received by the progenitor. Regardless of his background, just his innate gift alone was enough to rival everything. Lan Xian slowly descended and faced Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at a barren mountain through a teleportation beam, and he didn't even look back as he searched for the next beam to escape. He didn't know if Lan Xian would chase after him, but if she did, then he wouldn't be able to escape. A mere few meters required the sticks to accelerate in order to escape. Even if this distance was extended to 10 meters, It still wouldn't be enough for him to escape from Lan Xian's inner world. There were some dangerous places in the Daoist sect ruins, but with Lu Yin's current strength, these dangers were nothing to worry about. After passing through several teleportation beams, he arrived at the seaside where the mountain and sea inheritance lay. He exhaled and looked up. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian had arrived and they had also recognized him. They would definitely think of a way to replenish the sixth mainland's astral sources. If the Eternals hadn't been trapped outside the Starfall Sea, then they would have shared the astral sources here with the fifth mainland's half-ancestors in order to deal with the threat posed by the Eternals. But now that the Eternals were trapped outside the Starfall Sea, the crisis had been temporarily alleviated, and the human race's internal conflicts had erupted, so it wouldn't be so easy for the fifth mainland's half-ancestors to recover their astral sources here. There was still more than half a month before Lu Yin left the Daoist sect ruins, and that was enough time for the sixth mainland's experts to recover their astral sources. Even if they had enough astral sources, it might not be enough for Kue Luo third uncle and the others to recover. Since that was the case, Lu Yin could only try the method that he had previously thought of. When he had been absorbing the cauldron qi in the nine cauldron space, Lu Yin had come up with an idea. The essence of the nine-yang cauldron transformation was to gather astral sources and use the cauldron qi as a guide to release the astral source's explosive power. Before that power was released, the astral sources were still astral sources. In that case, could he use the nine-yang cauldron transformation battle technique to gather astral sources and not release them? This conjecture was somewhat whimsical, but Lu Yin still wanted to try it out. Chapter 2059. Throughout the history of human cultivation, ever since Xingyun, who would have thought that the Grim Reaper could create death qi? Could fate see through the past and the future? Who would have thought that the symbol ancestor would be able to create rune lines? Who would have thought that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme? The civilization that humans possessed all came from creation. Creation came from wisdom. To put it bluntly, it was whimsical. The more absurd an idea was, the more miraculous it would be if it succeeded. His predecessors had been able to create all kinds of powers, so it was not impossible for him to try some bizarre ideas. Since he had broken 5 cauldrons by absorbing the cauldron aura, he had yet to absorb the cauldron aura from the 6th cauldron. Therefore he could only execute the 5 suns. It had been a long time since he had used the 9-yang cauldron transformation, so he took out Mount Supreme first. Even if the 5 suns could gather astral sources, they could not be directly stored in a cosmic ring. Only Mount Supreme could. As the astral sources converged, he raised a hand, causing 5 dazzling suns to form in his palm and continuously absorb the surrounding astral sources. 9 suns cauldron, 5 suns. The 5 suns gradually grew bigger and rose into the sky. They were as dazzling as the 5 suns, gathering the stellar sources around them. When Lu Yin had first used the 9 suns cauldron transforming 1 sun, he had used up more than half of the star energy in his body. At that time, the 1 sun had not been able to withstand too much power, and there had been a limit to it. But after the appearance of 2 suns, 3 suns, and especially the 4th, the power of this battle technique had changed. It now had a feeling that even Zhou Xian's chief could not describe, as if something was watching him from the unseen world. The appearance of the 4th sun had not only changed this battle technique, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the stars, whether it was star energy or astral sources. After Mr. Mu had taught him the 9-yang cauldron transformation, he had become even more aware of the potential of this battle technique. Its might was limitless. This was the 9-yang cauldron transformation. Lu Yin had originally been worried that absorbing too much stellar source universe would attract the attention of the stellar source universe. But now that the stellar source universe had been devoured by the liquid, the amount of stellar source universe that he had absorbed was not enough to trigger the stellar source universe. Gradually, the total amount of stellar source in each sun had reached more than half of the total amount of stellar source in his body. The 5 suns added together were equivalent to the sum of the 4 stellar source cyclones in his body. This was only the beginning. The 5 suns continued to absorb stellar source and continued to grow. The 5 suns were expanding at every moment, and the total amount of astral source within them had already far exceeded the total amount of astral source within Lu Yin's body. From Lu Yin's point of view, they were already comparable to the second Night King. One of Lu Yin's astral source cyclones was already much more powerful than those of the same level. Even with the addition of the 4 cyclones, the total amount was still far from the current 5 suns. One could only imagine how much astral source the 5 suns contained. If this attack were to be released, it would be enough to cause the scalp of an elite with a combat power of 1,000,000 to go numb. Though he had to continue. Since he was going to snatch the stellar source, he had to do it thoroughly. But then again, the amount of stellar source that he had snatched was nothing in the eyes of a half-martial ancestor. The absorption of the stellar source in the legacy land of the mountains and seas began to affect other areas. Throughout the ruins of the Dao Source sect, ripples began to appear in the void starting from the Mountain Sea legacy land, and they spread out throughout the entire Dao Source sect. Just as Lu Yin was using the 5 suns to absorb the astral source, the ruins of the Dao Source sect began to tremble, and many places started to crack open. Beneath his feet, the sea began to boil and the mountain range broke apart. Even further away, the scripture pavilion, the initiation enlightenment platform, the Bao burial ground, and so on all began to crack apart. The space within the 9 cauldrons also began to crack apart, and the remaining 4 cauldrons began to sway. Lu Yin was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to him? He only absorbed a bit of stellar source. It couldn't be. Within the ruined main hall of the Dao Source sect, Zhou Yao and Zhou Xian had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yin stared at Chu Yuan, who was still within the main hall, as the ground around him began to shake and crack. "Get out here!" Zhou Yao barked as he reached out to grab Chu Yuan. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Yuan's mouth. "You want my blood? You think you're worthy?" After he finished speaking, a misty voice distorted the void, as if it had traveled through time to reach the Dao Source sect. It transformed into an indescribably vast force that caused the entire Dao Source sect to collapse. Since ancient times, the Dao Source sects of the 6 mainlands had always been at the pinnacle of their continents, and they had been supported by the Heavenly Pillar. The 5th mainland had been defeated in a battle with the 6th mainland, and the Heavenly Pillar had transformed into Realm Mountain, which had become the Hall of Honor's location. The Dao Source sect's ruins had mysteriously entered the boundless void and never appeared again. No matter where the Dao Source sect's ruins were, they had always existed on the 5th mainland. After such a long time, the Dao Source sect's ruins had finally reappeared. On a normal day in the 5th mainland, the Blood Ancestor and 4 other half-progenitors stood guard at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. In the Outerverse, the 6th mainland's cultivators had secretly gathered their futons. In the Eastern Weaves, Lu Bujing stood guard outside Lu Yin's secluded cultivation area. The ancestral tortoise would occasionally close its eyes as if it wanted to sleep. In the distant Neoverse, Elder Chan was flipping through ancient texts in an attempt to find some information regarding the sect above heaven. This should have been a normal day, but in the midst of it, a sudden clap of thunder streaked across the entire 5th mainland sky, causing countless people to look up and see the distant Dao Source sect's ruins. The ancient jade in Elder Chan's hand that he had been carefully reading turned to dust, and he stared blankly in the direction of the Innerverse. Were those the Dao Source sect's ruins? How could the Dao Source sect's ruins appear? Similarly, in the Neoverse, where the 7 courts had been, Hen Xian and the other half-progenitors looked into the distance in shock. Are those the Dao Source sect's ruins? Xiaji blurted out. And I Huang was shocked. That's right. Those are the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect's ruins. How could they suddenly appear? Hen Xen stood up with a solemn expression. To ancient powerhouses like them, the Dao Source sect was not that far away. Let's go. Perhaps we'll find what we're looking for there. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the Blood Ancestor looked into the Innerverse and was stunned. The 5th mainland's Dao Source sect's ruins? The Medicine Immortal was shocked. We don't even know where the Dao Source sect's ruins are. How could they appear here? At this moment, countless people looked at the Dao Source sect's ruins. They were clearly within reach, but if they really wanted to touch them, they would find that they were extremely far away. The moment the Dao Source sect's ruins appeared in the 5th mainland sky, they began to split apart. The mind web covered them, and the liquid began to frantically absorb the astral sources within the Dao Source sect's ruins. Within the Dao Source sect's ruins, Lu Yin looked at the overlapping heavens and did not understand what was happening. However, he could still feel the surrounding astral sources being absorbed by a tyrannical force. He hurriedly tossed the 5 suns into Mount Supreme and looked over apprehensively. The 5 suns floated above Mount Supreme, but they did not explode or show any signs of instability. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief as there was hope. He quickly warned everyone within Mount Supreme, "Don't approach these 5 sons. Don't blame me if you die." Within Mount Supreme the crowd looked up. Were those sons? In reality there was no need for Lu Yin's warning. The moment the 5 sons appeared, an indescribable yet intimidating force had already caused everyone to not dare to act rashly. These were not condensed star energy, but rather 5 suns formed by astral sources. They possessed enough destructive power to shock even powerhouses with power levels in the millions. Just a single glance at them was enough to make everyone tremble. However, even though they were trembling, there were still some who refused to accept this. "Long 7, get the hell out here. Long 7, this princess wants to fight you one-on-one. Long 7. Xia Tyli shouted, her face flushed red. She had been trapped within Mount Supreme for a long time, and she was not someone who could control her temper. Lu Yin ignored her. Within Mount Supreme, Xia Tyli became even angrier when Lu Yin did not respond. "Just because you said I won't touch them doesn't mean I won't. I'm going to touch them no matter what." She then flew up to touch the 5 sons. Lu Yin frowned and moved his finger about to attack. But before he could, Xia Tyli was stopped by someone. She wasn't afraid of death, but others were. Seeing that Xia Tyli was about to go crazy, Wang Dashui hugged her leg. "Sis, please let us go. We don't want to die. Those things are not to be trifled with. Just listen to 7th bro, sis." Xia Tyli kicked Wang Dashui away. "Scram, you damn dog. I don't believe you can't do this. If you don't let me go, I'll poke those 5 things." She then flew up again. At this time several figures attacked and forcefully knocked Xia Tyli down. It was Wendy, Prince Zhou Xian and Long Shi. Wendy spoke up, "Princess Tyli, those 5 sons have unfathomable power. If we're not careful, all of us will be implicated. Calm down, we haven't gone crazy after being trapped here for so many years." Xia Tyli glared at him. "You're saying I'm going crazy?" Zhou Xian replied coldly, "If you don't listen, I'll disfigure your face." Xia Tyli was furious and glared at Zhou Xian, but when she thought of what had happened in the sovereign realm, she endured it. Zhou Xian was on the same level as the 4th junior ancestor and wasn't someone she could deal with. Besides, Wendy and Long Shi were there as well. Long Shi stopped Xia Tyli not because she was afraid of death, but because she didn't want Xia Tyli to destroy Lu Yin's things. She was starting to think of Lu Yin as Lu Xiaoxian, even though they were 2 completely different people. Outside Mount Supreme, Lu Yin relaxed. Although some people had gone crazy, most were still sober. It was fine as long as someone could restrain Xia Tyli. This crazy woman had to be released sooner or later, or who knew when she would go crazy again. With her around, the Xia family would keep an eye on her. However, it wouldn't be easy to release him. Xia Ji had betrayed the 5th mainland and joined the Xia family in the Starry Sky Trees. From Lu Yin's standpoint, he had to acknowledge his ancestors, but from the 5th mainland standpoint, he had made a grave mistake. Furthermore, with everything he had done, Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. So what if he was a half-ancestor? If he couldn't defeat him with one origin tribulation, then he would try a second one. If that failed, then he would try a third. In any case, he had time stop, so he wasn't afraid of his innate gift's backlash. One day he would be able to defeat a half-ancestor and truly have the qualifications to speak on the battlefield. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and the surrounding mountains and seas split apart. In the distance, golden characters flew out in all directions. These were the ancient characters of the scripture pavilion. When he saw this, Lu Yin knew that things weren't looking good. He quickly looked around and searched for the space of the 9 cauldrons. There were still 4 cauldrons that hadn't absorbed the cauldron chi, and once they scattered, he didn't know when he would be able to find them again. Even though Lu Yin wanted to collect the remaining 4 cauldrons, it was already too late. Before he could even think about it, the 4 cauldrons had already scattered in all directions of the 5th mainland, just like the ancient golden characters. The 9 luminaries was furious that the astral source in the Daoist sect's ruins had been absorbed by the liquid. He hadn't even had the time to replenish his astral source before it was gone. Chapter 2060. Lan Xian was also helpless as her goal had been too obvious. She had immediately asked for a drop of blood from Chu Yuan, and no one would be willing to give it to her. Chu Yuan immediately erupted with power as he was not Lan Xian's opponent, and he also did not have the ability to escape from Lan Xian's inner world. Fortunately, they had not been too far away from the main hall, and she had used a method that no one had thought of to bring the Daoist sect's ruins back into the world. Although these Daoists from the era of the Daoist sect were far from being a match for a half-martial ancestor in terms of absolute power, they still had many strange techniques. This was especially true in certain realms, such as the Daoist sect, as the Daoist sect's Daoist sect's Daoist sect's Daoist sect's Daoist sect's Daoist Zhou Xian wasn't the only one. Even He Luo Mavis had used a rare treasure to escape into the main hall. Following the appearance of the Daoist sect's ruins, the mind net had covered the heavens, and the 9 luminaries and Lan Xian's strength had been restricted. However, this did not prevent the 9 luminaries from attacking Zhou Yuan. Junior, you're courting death. 9 Brilliance stepped into the main hall and grabbed at Zhou Yuan. This hand landed on Zhou Yuan's shoulder without any hindrance. With the absolute difference in strength between 9 luminaries and Zhou Yuan couldn't dodge at all. However, 9 luminaries failed to injure him either. Zhou Yuan's tattered outer clothes shattered, revealing a white robe with golden edges. It was exactly the same as Jialan's, and it was this white robe that blocked the 9 luminaries. 9 Brilliance was astonished. It was soft to the touch, and his palm force was unable to penetrate the white robe to harm Zhou Yuan. What was this? On the other side, Lan Xian had also attacked He Luo Mavis. Similarly, He Luo Mavis's white robe was exposed under her tattered green dress. However, compared to Jiao Yao, Lan Xian's attacks were much lighter. She was more interested in fresh blood. Although the 2 half-martial ancestors were unable to injure them, they were able to capture them. Zhou Yuan's formless could not withstand the absolute difference in strength between him and the 9 luminaries. However, even if he was caught by the 9 luminaries, he was not worried. His life would not be threatened. The Daoist was the future of the continent. Even in this era without the Above Heaven sect, it was unlikely that a demi-ancestor would kill a Daoist. Come with me. 9 Brilliance grabbed Zhou Yuan's shoulder and was about to take him away. Suddenly, the void was split into 2 by a violent force. 9 Brilliance's expression changed as he hurriedly pushed it away and let go of Zhou Yuan's hand. A slash appeared between him and Zhou Yuan. It passed through the void and stopped in the void, gradually taking the form of a human. 9 Brilliance's expression turned solemn. This slash was no small matter. Although the astral source had been devoured by the liquid, the power of the slash still made him feel apprehensive. His hair stood on end. Who is it? Zhou Yuan stared at the figure in front of him, which had taken human form. He was shocked. Senior Ling Qing, leader of the Heavenly Knife sect, one of the 12 heavenly gates. In the distance, Lan Xian's attention had also been drawn by the slash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a large tree appeared behind He Luo Mavis. She raised her right fist and roared at Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian did not cultivate her physical body, she was still a half-martial ancestor who had undergone so many origin tribulations. Every origin tribulation had cleansed her body, so even if she did not specialize in this Dao, her physical strength was not something that He Luo Mavis, a second origin tribulation cultivator, could compare to. He Luo Mavis' fist was directly blocked by Lan Xian, and she was unexpectedly unable to force her back a single step. Lan Xian attacked, slapping her palm towards He Luo Mavis's forehead. He Luo Mavis's eyes widened. The tree behind her almost materialized and instantly merged into her body. Just as she was about to attack again, a slash suddenly came from afar. Lan Xian hurriedly changed the direction of her palm wind to meet the slash. There was a tearing sound and Lan Xian's sleeves were torn apart, revealing her pure white arm. She retreated several steps. He Luo Mavis sighed in relief. Thank you, sect leader Ling Qing. The 9 luminaries were flabbergasted as that slash seemed to have a mind of its own. Normally it would not be a slash but rather a person who had become one with the slash. This person's use of the blade had already surpassed their understanding. Among the half-martial ancestors, only Xia Da and Xia Ji of the Xia family were proficient with the blade, but those 2 were far inferior to this person. Outside the main hall, the ruins of the Daoist sect were collapsing, and even the mountains and seas were falling apart. Lu Yin found the main hall and looked at the only place that did not show any signs of collapse. It was no wonder why Zhou Yuan had not gone to the mountains and seas inheritance and had instead come here. There was definitely something strange about this place. The main hall was very large and it could not be seen from the inside. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, the main hall was not just a hall, It was connected to the surrounding mountains and rivers. The fact that the mountains and rivers had not collapsed was definitely related to the main hall, or perhaps even a part of it. At this moment within the main hall, the 9 luminaries and Zhou Xian were facing off against that slash. Lu Yin lost interest after a single glance, and he stared at Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. The two had actually started fighting and they had left the main hall and were heading deeper into the ruins. Lu Yin stared at He Luo Mavis who was speaking. Because they were too far apart he could not hear what she was saying, but she was still chasing after Chu Yuan. The first time they had met outside the main hall, she had asked Chu Yuan why he had come here, but he had not given her a direct answer. She had mentioned the primogenitor, so could there be something related to the primogenitor in the main hall? Also, how had the ruins of the Daoist sect appeared? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and when he saw Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis disappear from his sight, he suddenly charged towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, the 9 luminaries did not want to fight against this slash, but this person was not willing to give up. He had even said that the Daoists were the future of this era and that they needed to be protected, which left the 9 luminaries speechless. Lu Yin rushed into the main hall and did not even turn his head as he charged in the direction where Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis had disappeared. The 9 luminaries barked, "Zhou Xian, follow him." Just as he finished speaking, the slash suddenly expanded and enveloped both 9 luminaries and Zhou Xian. The 9 luminaries was furious. "Who are you? There's no reason for us to fight to the death. All Daoists must not be killed by their elders. This is the above heaven sect's motto. You two broke the rules, so you deserve to die." The 9 luminaries was furious. "The above heaven sect's era is long gone. You're talking nonsense." Zhou Xian retreated helplessly. This person seemed to have just regained consciousness and had not yet recovered from the above heaven sect's era. "Haven't you noticed that your astral source can't be used?" The 9 luminaries barked again and dodged the blade. "So what?" The 9 luminaries was speechless. He and Zhou Xian had been suppressed by the above heaven sect's sect master. This person's attacks were too swift and decisive, and his strength was on the same level as Lu Bujing's. Only by facing him head-on would one be able to understand the strength of the above heaven sect's sect masters. Just as they had said, the 12 sect masters all had the potential to break through to the progenitor realm, and they represented an era. The Daoists represented the next era. The Eternals had buried the 12 sect masters and the Daoists, which was equivalent to burying 2 eras of humanity. The main hall had more than one level. Lu Yin followed Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis inside and discovered that the 9 luminaries were on the first level. At this moment he had arrived at the second level where Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were. Chu Yuan frowned when he saw Lu Yin appear. He Luo Mavis's eyes flashed. Liang said, "Lu family, help us deal with him. He's definitely looking for something good that has something to do with the primogenitor." He Luo Mavis, don't speak nonsense. Chu Yuan barked. He was no longer calm and a cold glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. He Luo Mavis sneered. "What, you don't dare to say it? I know that only one of the 12 sect masters of our era has ever met the primogenitor, and only one of the Daoists has ever met the primogenitor. Only one person from each era is qualified to meet the primogenitor. The primogenitor must have said something to you. Since you couldn't wait to come to the main hall and even found a way to expose the Daoist sect's ruins, you must be looking for something." "You're right." Lu Yin barked before Chu Yuan could say anything and sent out a palm strike, the emptiness palm. Chu Yuan raised his hand and struck the white robe, but it didn't cause any damage. "Lu family, you're qualified to compete with us in terms of strength, but you're not a Daoist. Don't get involved or else I have ways to deal with you," Chu Yuan warned. He Luo Mavis replied, "Relying on external items and power vessels? I have those too. Lu family, feel free to attack him. If he uses external items to deal with you, I'll help you block them." Lu Yin was displeased. "What about you?" He Luo Mavis replied, "Of course I'll attack him as well. At the same time I'll take care of you. That white robe of his can withstand 8 origin tribulations, and it's a symbol of being a Daoist. Don't hit his body, just hit his head or his legs. Right, don't you have external items as well? Use them." Lu Yin raised his brows. External items? Before the Daoist sect's ruins had appeared, he couldn't take out external items from his cosmic ring. The only thing he could use was the sticks, but things were different now. The Daoist sect's ruins had appeared and collapsed so everything in his cosmic ring could be used. Are you sure you want to compete with external items? Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring but he didn't immediately attack. He wasn't stupid and he obviously wanted to let He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan fight it out. Chu Yuan blocked He Luo Mavis' attacks as he glanced at Lu Yin. This person had mentioned competing with external items twice. What did he mean? Did he have a lot of external items and power vessels? He Luo Mavis suddenly retreated and looked at Lu Yin. Are you going to attack or not? Also, do you have a lot of external items? Don't take out useless items. All of our external items have the destructive power and defensive power of 6 origin tribulations or above. If you can't, then don't embarrass yourself by taking them out. Lu Yin smiled as no one in this era could compete with him in external items. Fine, then he would compete with those from the above heaven sect. Defensive and destructive power of 6 origin tribulations? Was that high? It was only a power level of 1,000,000. You guys have always looked down on this era. Today I'll show you what kind of geniuses have appeared in this era. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared at Chu Yuan. Weaken. Just like the external items in the cosmic ring, when they had been in the Daoist sect, they had been unable to take out external items from their cosmic rings, and they hadn't been able to use rune lines. The true scripture of Eon evolution had been useless, but now rune lines filled the heavens and it was time for them to understand this era. Chu Yuan felt his body tremble and weaken. At his cultivation level he had perfect control over his body so it was impossible for him to suddenly weaken. He stared at Lu Yin and saw the change in Lu Yin's eyes. You? Lu Yin struck out with a palm but the main hall suddenly shook. His palm missed and he almost fell over. The entire main hall shook and the ground cracked. Lu Yin and the other two looked down. It's about to collapse. Chu Yuan was stunned. Impossible. How could this place collapse? The cracks in the ground grew larger and the main hall shook even more violently. Chapter 2061. At the same time in the outside world many half-ancestors were heading towards the Daoist sect's ruins, but they were summoned by the blood progenitor midway. The entrance to the Starfall Sea was in a state of emergency, and the Eternals had mobilized several 12 marquises and even progenitor realm corpse kings to attack the entrance. When Elder Chan and the others received the news, they hurried over to the Starfall Sea. Nothing was more important than that place and even Ni Huang and the others had to go. The main hall of the Daoist sect's ruins shook more and more violently, but no one noticed that a layer of multicolored light had appeared outside the main hall. It was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye, as it seemed like a membrane had wrapped around the main hall. Beneath the main hall, Lu Yin suddenly moved away from where he had been standing. A statue had appeared where he had been standing and it slowly floated up. The three stared at the statue. Progenitor! Chu Yuan exclaimed. He Luo Mavis was astonished. Is that the progenitor's statue? Lu Yin looked at the statue which depicted a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and a faint smile. A python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulder. The statue was incredibly lifelike. The statue did not look very large and it was about the same size as a normal person, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt an indescribable sense of reverence when he looked at it. He had heard Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis' conversation. Was it really the progenitor? According to legends, the progenitor had opened up the heavens and united the 6 continents. He had founded the Daoist sect and established the human cultivation system. He had brought about the above heaven sect's golden age and all humans worshipped him. Lu Yin had originally thought that this was just a legend, but after the ancient powerhouses of the above heaven sect's era had appeared, he had realized that it was not just a legend. When the progenitor's statue appeared, none of the three moved. They watched as the statue slowly rose into the sky and shattered the ground above, connecting the main hall from top to bottom. Lu Yin and the others could see the 3 half-ancestors of the 9 luminaries from underground. On the first level of the main hall, the progenitor's statue floated up. The 9 luminaries were shocked when they saw it. Progenitor. Lan Xian's expression changed and she looked at the progenitor's statue with a respectful expression. The Sky Blade sect master Leng Qing recovered her body and bowed respectfully at the statue. Leng Qing greets the progenitor. The progenitor's statue slowly floated up and then stopped in midair. The statue's progenitor's absorption speed surpassed that of the liquid's absorption speed, and even the astral sources that should have been absorbed by the liquid's progenitors' absorption. The devouring power of this stellar source was far more tyrannical than that of a liquid. Not only did it devour the stellar source of the universe, but it also devoured the stellar source of the cultivator's stellar source chi whirlpool. The first to be devoured was Nine Luminaries, who was the closest to the statue. Nine Luminaries was shocked. The stellar sources in his body came out and turned into a river of stellar sources that flowed towards the statue. By star source, no. Nine Glories hurriedly tried to stop it, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. Next was Zhou Xian, followed by Lung Qing. Lung Qing maintained his respectful posture. Even though the stellar source in his body had been devoured, there was no change in his expression. Zhou Yao and Zhou Xian were different. They both rushed towards the outside. No matter what, stellar sources were the foundation of their power. Without stellar sources, they couldn't even use their inner worlds. Once they encountered an enemy they couldn't resist, they wouldn't even have the chance to use their inner worlds to be trapped by the mind net. Devouring the stellar source in one's body was equivalent to giving up one's life. However, both of them were blocked. An invisible force had appeared outside the main hall at some point in time, preventing them from escaping. On the lower level of the main hall, the stellar source of Lu Yin's stellar source chi whirlpool was also being forcefully absorbed. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. His stellar source chi whirlpool kept shrinking, and that devouring power even broke through the 3 seals that he'd originally sealed, devouring the stellar sources of the other 3 stellar source chi whirlpools. Lu Yin's expression changed. How could this be? This was his greatest secret. How could his 4 stellar source chi whirlpools be devoured? He leapt up and tried to rush out of the main hall, but he was unable to do so, just like Zhou Yao and Zhou Xian. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were in the same situation. Compared to Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis's expression was much better. Her fundamental power wasn't stellar source. It was just one of the powers that the Mavis family cultivated. Lu Yin also cultivated death energy, and losing his stellar source did not mean that he would lose his cultivation. However, the 4 stellar source chi whirlpools in his body had been absorbed, and he was unwilling to accept it. Zhou Yao immediately attacked the statue. He had not experienced the era of the Above Heavens sect and did not understand the greatness of the primogenitors, so he did not have much respect for them. Even though he usually worshipped the primogenitors statue, that was only because he had followed the martial ancestors. This generation's cultivators had no impression of the primogenitors, and even the Grim Reaper and Fate were considered legends. However, Zhou Yao's attack was useless, as his attack was directly devoured by the primogenitor's statue. No matter what attack he used, he was unable to damage the statue. On the 5th mainland, countless people stared at the ruins of the Dao Source sect, as the only main hall that had not collapsed was actually devouring stellar source. Many people wanted to approach it as they thought that the main hall would be able to replenish their stellar source after devouring it. However, after an emissary approached the main hall and had his stellar source forcefully devoured, no one dared to approach. In the outer verse, the ancestral tortoise looked at the main hall, and his enormous eyes became respectful and docile. The astral river was unusually calm, and all of the colossi within it, regardless of whether they were visible or invisible, had stopped in their tracks and were facing the main hall. Animals were far more perceptive than humans, and they could sense the primogenitor's pressure. In the distant astral beast domain, Skyminder Imperial Preceptor looked at the human domain and clenched his fists. He had also sensed that supreme power, but it did not make him feel respect. Instead, it made him feel hatred. The primogenitor had created the golden age of humanity, but he had brought about the darkest era of enslavement for these astral beasts. They would definitely get their revenge. Within the main hall, the first person whose stellar source had been completely absorbed by the statue was He Luo Mavis. She had the least amount of stellar source in her body, which was not surprising as the Mavis family did not specialize in stellar source cultivation. During the Above Heaven sect era, the primogenitor had encouraged humanity to create their own powers, which had led to the emergence of death energy, fate energy, Mavis, and other powers. The next person whose stellar source had been absorbed was Chu Yuan, as he specialized in stellar source cultivation. After all, he had been received by the primogenitor before, and he wanted to use stellar source energy as a starting point to create another power that could rival the 3 realms' 6 Daos. However, he would have to wait until he was at least a half-ancestor before he could create other powers, and so far he had only been cultivating stellar source. In terms of the amount of stellar source he possessed, he believed that he was not inferior to any of the other Dao children. Among the Dao children of the 6 continents, the one with the most stellar source was the Lu family's Dao child. Whether it was star energy or stellar source, the Lu family's consumption and absorption of stellar source far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, Chu Yuan was confident that he could compete with the Lu family's Dao child. During that era he had indeed competed with Lu Tianyi, and the two of them had roughly the same amount of stellar source. Chu Yuan had originally thought that with his second tribulation origin stage cultivation, the amount of stellar source he possessed would surpass Lu Yin's. Even if Lu Yin was powerful enough to fight against a Dao child, there was still a gap of a minor realm between them. Lu Yin should not be able to defeat Lu Tianyi, which meant that Lu Yin would not be able to defeat Chu Yuan. However, while Lu Yin's stellar source was still being absorbed, Chu Yuan's had already finished. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This person had a lot of stellar source in his body? As expected of someone from the Lu family. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as this was troublesome. His first stellar source cyclone was about to dry up. Once he ran out of stellar source, how would he be able to increase his cultivation in the future? Hold on, he looked at his cosmic ring. Mount Supreme still had 5 suns, and the amount of stellar source within should be close to that of a half-ancestor. He had enough stellar source to recover, but it would be difficult for him to break through. Fortunately, he had condensed the 5 suns beforehand, which meant that he still had a way out. Since he could not escape or avoid the stellar source cyclone, he might as well not care about it anymore. Lu Yin looked at Jiu Yao and the other 2 half-ancestors, who had also completely given up on trying to escape. They allowed the statue to devour stellar source as they could not avoid it. Sensing Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis's gazes, Lu Yin looked over. Are you out of stellar source? How much do you have left? Chu Yuan asked, as this was the first time he had ever been curious about Lu Yin. Even when Lu Yin had displayed the strength to fight against a Dao child, Chu Yuan had not been too curious. No matter how powerful this person was, as long as he appeared, he would definitely be the leader of an era. He Luo Mavis also looked at Lu Yin curiously. It was common knowledge that the Lu family's cultivation required a lot of stellar source and stellar source. She was curious about how much stellar source cyclone Lu Yin still had, and whether or not he had more than Lu Tianyi had. Lu Yin did not know how to answer. Could he say that his first stellar source cyclone had not dried up yet? Could he say that he still had 3 stellar source cyclones? It was obvious that he could not, but it also seemed like he would not be able to hide it. Time slowly passed, and the cultivators who had originally wanted to approach the Dao Source Sect's ruins all distanced themselves, as they were afraid that the star energy in their bodies would be absorbed. As a result, no one dared to approach the ruins' main hall. Lu Yin's first stellar source cyclone had completely dried up, and his second stellar source cyclone was almost done as well. The amount of time that Lu Yin's stellar source cyclone had been devoured was twice as long as Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Just how many stellar source did this person have? Was he still being devoured? It was not just Chu Yuan. Jiu Yao, Lan Xian and Leng Qing had also noticed Lu Yin. Within the main hall, only the 4 of them had their stellar source cyclones devoured. They were all half-progenitors, and the amount of stellar source they possessed was not something that an emissary could compare to. However, Lu Yin was still being devoured, which meant that the amount of stellar source cyclones in his body was quite shocking. Lan Xian's eyes flashed, as Lu Yin truly lived up to his reputation as a member of the legendary Lu family. After a while, Lu Yin's second stellar source cyclone had dried up, and half of his third stellar source cyclone had been devoured. Chu Yuan and the others looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes, as they felt that something was amiss. How could a single origin tribulation contain so many stellar source cyclones? However, this person was truly at the first origin tribulation. Was he a monster? Even Chu Yuan could not help but think of this possibility. Lu Tianyi, who had competed with him in the past, had only possessed a third of Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones, yet Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones had still been devoured. Within the main hall, several people stared at Lu Yin, wanting to see just how many stellar source cyclones he had hidden away. Lu Yin felt helpless as he had been discovered before his 4 stellar source cyclones had even erupted. Honestly, he did not wish for this to happen. Right, it seemed like there were more than 4. If the death chi was included, then he should have 5 cyclones. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin's 3 stellar source cyclones had dried up. It was now time for the 4th. Chu Yuan's expression sank. In the beginning he had been able to easily deal with Lu Yin and He Luo Mavis, but now he felt threatened. This person had actually hidden so many stellar source cyclones in his body? This was ridiculous. This person's stellar source cyclones were almost comparable to a 6th origin tribulation cultivator. Just how had he cultivated? The Apex. Chapter 2062. You're a monster. He Mavis exclaimed, looking at Lu Yin warily. She could tell that he hadn't been using his full strength, and that he was even more dangerous than Chu Yuan. This era couldn't compare to their era, so why was there such a monster here? Chu Yuan could tell as well, and he stared at Lu Yin. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at him. Don't you already know? Chu Yuan took a deep breath. It's an honor to meet you. He Mavis was astonished. Chu Yuan's arrogance had been well known in his era, and he didn't care even if they were both Dao children. This was the first time he had said such a thing to someone of the same generation. Wait, this person looked younger than them. It's an honor to meet you as well, Lu Yin. I've underestimated you before, He Mavis said. She didn't plan on teaming up with Lu Yin, as this person was even more powerful than Chu Yuan. Even if they could defeat Chu Yuan together, she wasn't confident in facing him. When the 3 of them fought, it was always the 2 weaker ones working together to deal with the strongest one. Even she couldn't tell who was the strongest. In the previous battles, this person had used the power of this era, and he seemed to have death chi as well. He also had the power of the above heavens era. She hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now it seemed that he had hidden his strength deeply. It was no wonder why he had dared to boast about defeating them in 5 moves. Chu Yuan thought about how his body had suddenly weakened, and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. Just how much was this person hiding? That wasn't astral source power. After a while, the 4 cyclones in Lu Yin's body were completely exhausted. He sighed. It was finally over. The others sighed as well, as he was finally done. Not long after Lu Yin's astral source was absorbed, Lan Xian finished as well. She had a limited amount of time compared to Lu Yin. This fact shocked Chu Yuan and the others once again, as Lan Xian was a half-step ancestor. The amount of astral source in a half-step ancestor was terrifying, and they had never thought of comparing themselves to her. Even with Chu Yuan's arrogance, he didn't think that he could compare to a half-step ancestor under 5 tribulations. Even if he was a half-step ancestor who hadn't broken through the 3rd stage and didn't have an origin item, Lu Yin was close to that at the 1st tribulation. When he saw Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis' gazes, Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore. Don't look at me like that. She's been through multiple battles and she's lost a lot of astral source, and she hasn't had the time to replenish it either. No matter how exaggerated it is, I'm just a cultivator who's undergone 1 origin tribulation, so there's no way I can have as much astral source as a half-progenitor. Chu Yuan and Su Yu looked at each other and thought that it made sense. I've replenished quite a bit of astral source, and I'm not too far away from the total amount of astral source, Lan Xian said as she looked at Lu Yin with a bright and crafty gaze. Lu Yin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Chu Yuan and Lu Yin's gazes changed again. This guy was still planning on hiding? She was almost fooled by him. This time, Lu Yin didn't bother to explain himself. It was pointless. He glared at Lan Xian. Why do you need someone else's blood? Jiu Yao also looked at Lan Xian. He had asked this question before, and Lan Xian had only said that it was related to cultivation techniques. However, what kind of cultivation technique required the blood of others? In particular, she did not even care about the blood of a half-martial ancestor like him. Instead, she wanted the blood of the Lu clan or the blood of an ancient Daoist. Lan Xian hugged Xianxia and stood quietly in a corner of the main hall. In response to Lu Yin's question, she slowly replied, "Won't you know once you give it to me? Ask them first." Lu Yin pointed at Chu Yuan. Especially him. He's the above heaven sex Daoist navigator, and he's the only one who's been accepted by the ancestor. He has the greatest bloodline of that era. Chu Yuan raised his brows. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any great bloodline. Lu Yin replied seriously. Even an ordinary person would become extraordinary if they could meet the ancestor. Hold on. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and sized Chu Yuan up. What's your relationship with the ancestor? You're not his descendant, are you? Chu Yuan's eyes widened. Brother Lu, don't make irresponsible remarks. I'm not the only one who met the ancestor during that era. But you're the only one in the younger generation, right? He Luo Mavis? Lu Yin turned around. He Luo Mavis nodded. Of the younger generation, only Chu Yuan has met the ancestor. Chu Yuan frowned and gave Lu Yin a deep look. This person had purposely mixed the concepts of meeting the ancestor and bloodline, using He Luo Mavis words to prove the greatness of his bloodline. This was a way to attract Lan Xian's attention. At the same time, he had purposely mentioned He Luo Mavis' name to attract Lan Xian's attention. Chu Yuan, I heard that this name also came from the ancestor? Lu Yin asked curiously. He Luo Mavis nodded again, but she suddenly felt that something was off. She had unknowingly teamed up with Lu Yin again and she immediately became vigilant. She didn't want to team up with Lu Yin right now. One was Chu Yuan and the other was Lu Yin. Who knew which one was the real monster? Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I originally thought that you were crafty, flexible and cared more about power than cultivation. But now it seems that your total astral source is comparable to a half-ancestor's, and you have endless battle techniques. We were wrong about you. If this had happened in our era, the one who would have met the ancestor might not have been me but you. Lu Yin raised his brows. Brother Chu, you're exaggerating. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away from the statue that it's absorbing the astral source in my body at a much slower rate than the three of you. This was true as it seemed that Lu Yin was the furthest away from the statue out of the three of them. The three half-ancestors were even closer to the statue than the two of them. The statue was currently on the first level of the main hall, while they were still on the second level. Lu Yin was the furthest away. No matter how far away you are, the absorption shouldn't be that slow. Brother Lu, the time you took to finish is comparable to a half-ancestor's, Chu Yuan said. At this point the 9 glories ended and not long after Leng Qing finished as well. The statue was still absorbing the surrounding astral source, and it looked even more lifelike than before. I already said that the half-ancestor used up a lot of astral source. She didn't want to admit it because she didn't want to be looked down upon, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan retorted, it's just a consumption, it's not like it was low in the first place. What's there to not admit? The two of them went back and forth, trying to use each other to attract Lan Xian's attention. Leng Qing suddenly shouted, shut up. You don't have the right to spout nonsense in front of the ancestor's statue. Lu Yin and Chu Yuan looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. He Luo Mavis could also see their intentions, but she was hot-tempered and impulsive. Her words were far inferior to the two of them, so she didn't interrupt. The statue was becoming more and more lifelike. A figure suddenly rushed in. The main hall could only be entered but not exited. This person passed through the 9 glories and directly rushed towards the statue. At the same time, a visible astral source was being swallowed out of the statue's body and into it. When he saw who it was, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Forgotten Ruins deity. Leng Qing raised her hand and slashed at the Forgotten Ruins deity, becoming one with her blade. The Forgotten Ruins deity raised his hand and struck out with his palm, using the meditative forgetting technique. The meditative forgetting technique also used astral source, but it was forcefully swallowed by the statue the moment it struck out. The Forgotten Ruins deity hadn't expected the statue to be so tyrannical in devouring astral source, and he couldn't react in time. His body was struck by Leng Qing's attack, and he crashed heavily into the layer of multicolored light that covered the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity wasn't injured and he didn't hesitate at all. His eyes became incomparably deep and a dark red current descended with a hair-raising chill. Lu Yin had experienced this power before. It was a power that the Eternals had bestowed upon the Forgotten Ruins deity, and they called it divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity didn't say a word and simply raised his hand to strike Leng Qing. He was still using the meditative forgetting technique, but with divine force he wasn't affected by the statue. Leng Qing raised her arms and slashed down with her blade. He no longer had any astral source in his body, but the power of being one with the blade was still considerable. However, it couldn't compare to a half-ancestor, and he was sent flying by the Forgotten Ruins deity's palm. The Forgotten Ruins deity rushed towards the statue again, not saying a word from beginning to end. He was completely different from the person Lu Yin had seen before and he only had eyes for the statue. Yuan was shocked. Stop her. Don't let her touch the statue. He took off his white robe and threw it out in a futile attempt to stop the Forgotten Ruins deity. Even though the Forgotten Ruins deity was wary of the mind net and didn't use his true strength as a half-ancestor, he still wasn't someone who could be stopped by a white robe, even if it had the power to resist a peak envoy. The 7 sky gods were all monsters, and the only one who could truly fight against a half-ancestor's body was the Elysium sect master. Even Ni Huang was slightly weaker. The white robe was torn apart by the Forgotten Ruins deity, but fortunately, it managed to stop her for a moment. At that moment, Leng Qing attacked again, becoming one with the blade as she slashed towards the Forgotten Ruins deity. Luo Mavis' voice rang out. Yuan, are you looking for that statue as well? Yuan's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin glanced at him and thought to himself that the Forgotten Ruins deity was indeed looking for that statue. What was so special about it? There was a loud bang and Leng Qing was sent flying again. Without his astral source, he was no match for the Forgotten Ruins deity, who had used his divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue. No one in the main hall could stop him. Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity, his palms sweating. At the same time, at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, the hand that had been blocking the Realm Mountain and the horizontal black hole moved, reaching towards the 5th mainland and extending infinitely towards the mental web. The mental web descended, attempting to trap the hand. The surface of the hand was entangled by the mental web, but it still crossed the heavens and appeared in the Innerverse outside the main hall. At that moment, the hand descended and grabbed at the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue at the same time. At that moment, whether it was the 5th mainland or Lu Yin and the others in the main hall, they all saw the incomparably huge hand pressing down, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This was the power of a progenitor, and it was no ordinary progenitor's power. Suddenly the main hall disappeared. The hand grabbed nothing but air. Countless people looked at the heavens and saw that the main hall had suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the empty hand. At that moment, no one knew where the main hall had gone or what kind of power had taken it away from the hand, except for those in the main hall. The violent shaking almost caused Lu Yin and the others to fall. He grabbed onto the stone wall beside him and tried his best to look around. The main hall was pitch black. Had they been taken away by that hand? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed into his body, replenishing the 4 astral origin cyclones that had been exhausted. Chapter 2063. Lu Yin was shocked. This was astral source? Where did this massive astral source come from? It rushed into his body to replenish his astral source, as if someone had forcefully fed it to him. Lu Yin could only absorb it, but he didn't need to do so. Just like how the statue had devoured their astral sources for no reason, this astral source was also replenishing his body. At that moment, light appeared in the main hall. Lu Yin looked up and saw that there was no one around the statue. Where was the Forgotten Ruins god? He followed the crack in the ground and saw that she was at the entrance of the main hall. In front of her were Leng Qing, 9 Brilliance and Zhou Xian. The wild astral source didn't just rush into his body. It also rushed into the bodies of the others, replenishing their astral sources and causing Leng Qing's attack to be effective. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to the primogenitor's statue? Leng Qing barked, glaring at the Forgotten Ruins god with murderous intent. He had just awakened and didn't even know what era he was in, let alone the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god looked around and saw that the outside of the main hall wasn't completely dark. White light streaked past from time to time as if the hall was flying at high speed. What had just happened? Had the corpse god taken them away? Speak. Who are you? Leng Qing barked, staring at the dark red energy around the Forgotten Ruins god's body. He felt a chill run down his spine as he had never seen this power before. He's the Forgotten Ruins god, one of the 7 sky gods of the Eternals, 9 Brilliance explained. Leng Qing was astonished. Eternals? Zhou Xian replied, you must have just awakened, so you don't know much about this era. The 6 continents that once belonged to the humans have been destroyed, the above heaven sect has disappeared, and the primogenitors have become legends. The ones who brought this disaster to the humans are the Eternals. Leng Qing was confused. The Eternals? Impossible, they're just weak insects. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, everyone in that era looked down on the Eternals. Chu Yuan looked over. Sect Master Leng Qing, they're telling the truth. The Eternals have ruled this era and they're destroying the fifth mainland. You're facing the 7 sky gods, so you must stop her from touching the statue. What exactly is in the statue? He Luo Mavis asked Chu Yuan. He looked at Chu Yuan as well. Chu Yuan frowned. Lu Yin frowned, as it seemed like the man wasn't going to tell him anything. However, since he had come in to search for the statue, that meant that he could take it away. 7 sky gods? Leng Qing stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Did you just use the Wang clan's art of forgetfulness? The Forgotten Ruins god sighed. I almost touched him, but he was pushed away by Xingyun. It seems like the primogenitor doesn't want us to touch him. Long time no see, Leng Qing. Leng Qing looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins as he slowly raised his head. Her expression changed drastically as blood drained from her face. King Wang. He Luo Mavis was the first to be filled, and then the astral source continued to pour into her body. Her expression changed and she forcefully stopped absorbing. If she absorbed any more, she would break through to the third origin tribulation. Every origin tribulation had to be prepared. It wasn't that she didn't dare to break through to the third origin tribulation, but she had to strengthen her foundation. The stronger her foundation was, the stronger she would be when breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. She didn't want to break through to the third origin tribulation so recklessly. However, this was not up to her. Even if she did not want to absorb it, the stellar source still forcefully entered her body. The only thing she could do was to suppress the absorption speed as much as possible. Senior Wang? Are you Senior Wang? Leng Qing looked at the god of Oblivion in disbelief. Oblivion, the god of Forgotten Ruins, smiled coquettishly at Leng Qing. Kid, it's been a long time, but it's not that long for you. Leng Qing was shocked. Senior Wang, how did you join the Eternals? The god of Forgotten Ruins looked at Leng Qing with his deep, dark eyes. I like to see the shocked faces of old friends like you. In your era, not many of the leaders of the 12 Elysium have actually seen me. Kid, not bad. You actually dared to attack me. Leng Qing didn't understand. Senior, why did you join the Eternals? You're the great ancestor of the Wang family, the former leader of the Elysium, and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of your era. Why did you do this? The god of Forgotten Ruins casually replied, bored. It was just 3 words and they sounded so casual, but they were like thunder in Leng Qing's ears. Bored? Betraying the humans just because he was bored? Joining the Eternals just because he was bored? He couldn't accept this answer. Get out of my way. You can't stop me, the god of Forgotten Ruins said coldly. Leng Qing stared at the god of Forgotten Ruins and said firmly, no matter why you betrayed the humans, the statue of the ancestor will not be blasphemed. Jiu Yao said, God of Forgotten Ruins, what do you want? That statue? The god of Forgotten Ruins was disdainful. You think you can get information out of me? He then looked down at Lu Yin and smirked. Kid, if you're the one asking, I can tell you. Who told us to be so fated? Hee. What do you want? That statue? Lu Yin asked the exact same question that Jiu Yao had asked. The god of Forgotten Ruins shrugged. It's not a statue. There's a sword in the statue. Lu Yin hadn't expected the god of Forgotten Ruins to actually tell him. The others were bewildered. One dared to ask while the other dared to tell. The moment the god of Forgotten Ruins finished speaking, Lu Yin looked directly at Chu Yuan, whose expression changed greatly. He had confirmed the god of Forgotten Ruins' words. There was a sword in the statue, and it wasn't just the god of Forgotten Ruins who wanted it. Chu Yuan wanted it as well. That was the reason he had come to the main hall. Sword? Why does it sound so familiar? He Luo Mavis hesitated. Leng Qing frowned as she also felt like she had heard of it somewhere before. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled and looked at Lu Yin. Ask again. I'll answer whatever you ask. Lu Yin looked up. What sword? The primogenitor's sword. What's its use? I don't know the specifics. There are 6 continents, 6 sects and 6 statues. Each statue has a sword and our goal is to get them. If you knew that there was a sword in the statue, why didn't you take it earlier? Instead you waited until now. There's also a statue in the 6th mainland, but you didn't take it. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. We didn't know that the statue was in the main hall, and we couldn't find it even after searching for a long time. As for the statue in the 6th mainland, it's fake. Jiu Yao and Lan Xian were shocked. What did you say? Fake? The god of forgotten ruins laughed. You'll know when you go back. Of course, you'll have to be able to return first. He then spread out his arms and a dark red stream of energy converged into a giant wolf's head. Innate gift. 9 wolves devour the heavens. Leng Qing suppressed her confusion about the god of forgotten ruins and used her body as a blade. Layers of blades transformed into a mountain of blades that extended outwards. This was her inner world. Lu Yin hurriedly warned her, "Be careful of being trapped by the mind net." However, the result was unexpected. Without the mind net, Leng Qing's inner world enveloped the god of forgotten ruins. Multiple blades replaced heaven and earth, and blades filled the sky and the ground. To obtain the statue, one had to break through these blades. This was Leng Qing's Sky Blade realm, and it was because of it that she had become the sect master of the Sky Blade sect. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. Sky Blade realm? Back then you wanted to pass Wuxing's test with the Sky Blade realm, but Wuxing destroyed you with a single slash. You haven't learned your lesson yet. The giant wolf's head then charged towards Leng Qing, crashing into the Sky Blade realm. The blades shattered, but the wolf's head continued to shrink. However, this was only one wolf's head. The god of forgotten ruins had 9 wolves devour the heavens. A second wolf's head charged into the Sky Blade realm, and countless blades curved as it roared towards Leng Qing. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian hurriedly took action, and the 3 half-progenitors blocked the god of forgotten ruins. Leng Qing's eyes glowed with a strange light, and his arms and body gradually transformed into blades. He was completely different from when he had become one with the blade, and the others were shocked. Luo Mavis exclaimed, "Blade Mist, the innate gift of the Sky Blade sect master. I never expected to see it today." Rumor has it that Leng Qing cultivates the blade because of his innate gift, Blade Mist. Lu Yin did not understand. Blade Mist? What was that? Leng Qing's body gradually transformed into a creature with a long blade, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Her body twisted as she charged towards the god of forgotten ruins, breaking through several wolf heads at an incredible speed. The god of forgotten ruins looked up and pressed down with a single palm. A piece of land appeared in the main hall, crushing the Sky Blade realm and Leng Qing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as this was the meditative ruins. Back when senior brother Qingping had fought the god of forgotten ruins in the Divine Gu dynasty, the god of forgotten ruins had used this technique as well, but its power should have been completely different. At that time, the god of forgotten ruins had only displayed the strength of an ordinary half-progenitor, and the 7 half-progenitors of the human domain had been able to stop her. Now, however, the power displayed by the 7 sky gods was completely different from before, and even the inner worlds of the 12 Elysian Gate sect masters had been crushed. Wait, why could one use their inner worlds here? Where was the mine net? Also, where were the rune lines? Why were they all gone? Lu Yin looked outside and saw only black and white light shuttling back and forth. What was this place? Had the zombie god brought them to the Starfall Sea? On the first floor of the main hall, the meditative ruins crushed the Sky Blade realm and pressed towards Leng Qing, the 9 luminaries, and Lan Xian. Suddenly, the astral sources that had been constantly rushing into their bodies receded like a tide. More accurately, they were being devoured again, heading towards the statue. The astral sources in the 2 cyclones in Lu Yin's body that had originally been filled were being devoured again. He looked at the statue. What the hell? Leng Qing and the other 2 felt weak as the meditative ruins smashed into their bodies, causing them to vomit blood. Suddenly, the main hall shook violently again, and the surroundings became incomparably bright. In an instant, the light illuminated Lu Yin and the others, and the sound of a huge waterfall could be heard. Lu Yin looked through the main hall and saw the huge waterfall that connected the sky and the earth. What was this? At the same time, the others also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that they could not see the top of. Upper 3 Gates waterfall? The 9 luminaries exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart sank. Upper 3 Gates? Wasn't that in the Starfall Sea? They had indeed come to the Starfall Sea and had been captured by the zombie god. The god of forgotten ruins also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that had replaced the sky. An angry roar came from below, and Lu Yin and the others all looked up. As expected, this hypocritical universe cannot withstand Senior's power. Senior, please lend this junior a hand and blast apart this hypocritical sky so that we can return the 5th realm to its former glory. The voice continued to ring out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's body trembled. This was the Sea King's voice. Why was the Sea King here? Chapter 2064. Lu Yin stared downwards. He saw a red blob smash into the stone door within the waterfall. The stone door shattered and an old woman walked out. This is... She only managed to say a few words before the red blob brushed past her. More than half of her body was destroyed and she died. There was a second stone door behind the old woman, and it was also smashed by the red blob. The old man behind the door cried out, "Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. How dare you?" Lu Yin's mind went blank. Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes? Wasn't this the scene of the Sea King breaking through the upper three doors? Ants, the ancestors were merciful enough to let you live, but now you dare to bite the hand that fed you. The old man shouted. The Sea King laughed maniacally. That's right. This is the true universe. This is the fifth continent. This is the fifth continent. Ants, you're courting death. The old man grabbed at the Sea King, but at that moment, Elder Chan appeared and forced the old man back with a palm strike. He then stared behind the stone door. The stone door had not been destroyed by Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. Instead, a crack had appeared and behind the crack, a beautiful finger had appeared. It had easily crushed the old man who had been guarding the door, causing the fifth mainland sky to change. Lu Yin stared blankly at the scene before him. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the scene where the Sea King had broken through the three gates. There was no mistaking it. Elder Chan had appeared as well. They had appeared in the past and Elder Chan and the others had not been able to see the main hall. Within the main hall 9 luminaries was pale. The old man who had been guarding the stone door had also been a 6th mainland half-ancestor. So this was how he had died. Their sky had not been destroyed by the Sea King, but by the person behind the upper 3 doors. It was someone from the astral trees. The 3rd door had been destroyed and the 5th mainland sky had been replaced. The Sea King was ecstatic. I did it. I did it. But then the 3rd stone door closed on its own. Why did it close? They don't want to have anything to do with us. That's good, that's good. At this moment, Lu Yin no longer cared about Elder Chan and the Sea King. He only stared at the 3rd stone door. He had seen that beautiful finger crush the 6th mainland's half-progenitor very clearly, and he had also seen the pair of beautiful eyes behind the 3rd stone door. He had seen that face for a moment and it was an absolute beauty that could cause time to stop. She was by Xianxia. He didn't know why, but he knew she was by Xianxia. Why would she appear behind the 3 upper gates? The 3 upper gates were clearly located in the new continent on the other side of the battlefield, so why did she help the 5th mainland change the sky? If it weren't for her, the 5th mainland wouldn't have been able to change the heavens just by relying on the crack in the stone gate. The sea monarch was just a bait. Bai Xianxia was the one who had truly changed the fate of the 5th mainland. What shocked him even more was Bai Xianxia's strength. The old man guarding the stone door had the strength to fight against Elder Chan. He was definitely a half-martial ancestor. She had actually crushed a half-martial ancestor to death with a single finger. Her strength was unparalleled. Even senior brother Qin Ping might not be able to reach her level. This is the scene from more than 10 years ago when the heavens of the 5th mainland changed. We've returned to the past, Jiu Yao said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with disbelief. Even as a half-step ancestor, he had never thought that he would be able to return to the past one day and see the scene of the past. This was the mighty power of time. The god of forgotten ruins looked outside in silence. She did not expect to come to the past. Seemed like the people here could not see them. Were they time travelers? The legends were true. The primogenitor had grasped the power of time and space, and had the ability to travel to the past and the future. No wonder the one true god wants to do so. The main hall shook violently once more. Everyone knew that every time the hall shook, it meant that there was a change. Sure enough, the next moment, the main hall reappeared in the dark space that seemed to have shuttled through space. At this point, everyone's expressions completely changed. This was not space but time. Was this what it meant to travel through time? Everyone fell silent. They did not know how to deal with the mighty power of time. Even an ancient progenitor like the god of forgotten ruins was the same. Do you know how to return? Luo Mavis asked Chu Yuan. Lu Yin also looked at Chu Yuan. Only he and the god of forgotten ruins knew that there was a sword inside the statue. Both of them should have seen the primogenitor before. Chu Yuan's expression was solemn. I don't know. If you don't know, then who does? Luo Mavis barked. Chu Yuan looked at her and then at Lu Yin. Although I don't know, I can try to control it. I need to get close to the statue. Luo Mavis's gaze turned cold. He wanted to obtain the sword. Lu Yin frowned. Did Chu Yuan know? If he did, then he might be able to control the sword and bring them back. But if he did not know, then the sword was basically a gift to him, allowing him to control this power vessel that could travel to the past and the future. This power vessel was not something that Lu Yin had ever seen before. It was a primogenitor's item. How about it? Send me over and I can try to bring you back. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. We're not from the same era anyway. Even if we travel to the past, it's still worth it. It's best if we can return to the era of the Above Sky sect. But what about you? The people you care about are all in your era. Even a progenitor might not be able to wait from the Above Sky sect until now. Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin. On the first floor of the main hall, Zhou Yao and Lan Xian looked at each other and then at Chu Yuan. They did not want to return to the era of the Above Sky sect, but now that they were traveling through the main hall, they should be returning to the past. Perhaps they really could return to the era of the Above Sky sect. In that era they did not have much status and they could not even reach the level of the 12 Gate Masters. That was the golden age of the human race. Aside from the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, there were also the top progenitors from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There were also the ordinary progenitors and below them were the 12 Gate Masters. In that era they did not have the right to speak. They definitely could not return to the era of the Above Sky sect. What you're saying is true, but that's from your standpoint and mine. We're not going back to the past, we're going into the future, Leng Qing suddenly said. This is the primogenitor bringing us to the future and letting us know who our enemies are. If we hadn't experienced the future, how could we have known that the Eternals were humanity's greatest enemy? You're overthinking it. You didn't travel to the future. You were only frozen to the present by the source box. Now you're traveling to the past, Lan Xian said. Leng Qing calmly replied, the process isn't important. The result is that we'll return to that era and start all over again. After hearing Leng Qing's words, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He wanted to grasp it but he couldn't. What was it? Did time really exist? Leng Qing was right. No matter what the process was, perhaps this hall would eventually bring him back to the past. But what about the time it took? To Lu Yin it was just a short day, but to Lu Yin it was 2 different eras. People from different eras had appeared in the same past, so what was the meaning of time? Lu Yin was lost. The Forgotten Ruins god was disdainful. Even if you return to the past, you won't be able to change the current situation. Besides, you can't go back. He then attacked again and a dark red stream of energy transformed into a wolf's head that swallowed Leng Qing and the others. As she attacked, the outside of the hall began to crack. Chu Yuan shouted, "This is the river of time. Do you want us all to get lost here? Even the progenitors wouldn't be able to escape from the river of time, let alone a mere half-ancestor like you." The Forgotten Ruins god snorted. It's just a half-ancestor. So what if it's gone? What about the sword? You'll never be able to get it and you'll even lose track of it. How are you going to explain this to your master? Lu Yin asked coldly. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Kid, you really know how to talk. Alright, I won't attack. I'd like to see what this sword wants us to see. The others heaved a sigh of relief. The Forgotten Ruins god had the power of the everlasting tribe, and once she attacked, no one would be able to stop her. Fortunately, she also wanted the sword and didn't dare attack recklessly. It wasn't just the Forgotten Ruins god and Chu Yuan. Everyone wanted the sword, but no one dared to attack recklessly for fear of getting lost in the river of time. As they waited nervously, the astral source suddenly surged out and rushed into everyone's bodies like before. They couldn't stop absorbing it even if they wanted to. Lu Yin was speechless. What was this sword going to do? What was the point of doing this? One moment they devoured, the next they released. Their bodies were like vessels that carried the stellar source. Whether they were willing or not, this wasn't something they could stop. Even Zhou Yao and the other half-ancestors could only obediently absorb the astral source. Not long after, River Mavis filled up for the first time, and then suppressed the rate at which it absorbed the astral source. Chu Yuan was next, and after that the others couldn't absorb it so easily. The two looked at Lu Yin. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but this guy's absorption rate was comparable to that of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin didn't have time to bother with the two, and he focused on the astral source cyclones in his body, replenishing them one by one. First was the lower rush gate, followed by the middle finger gate, and then the upper wisdom gate. When the upper wisdom gate's cyclones were replenished, the main hall shook and Lu Yin thought to himself, this is it. The last time he had absorbed the astral source, the main hall had swayed, and he had arrived at the location of the 3 gates in the Sea of Fallen Stars more than 10 years ago. The astral source had been quickly devoured by the statue, but this time, it had absorbed more than before. Everyone looked outside at the same time, wanting to see where they had appeared. The first thing they saw was the mother tree whose peak couldn't be seen. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The astral tree? This was a battlefield and the sky was a dark red color that looked like vaporized blood. It filled the entire space visible to the naked eye, and corpses floated everywhere. There was no end in sight and many of them were wearing uniforms. There's someone here, Zhou Xian reminded him. Everyone turned around and saw a few people standing on a barren planet. One of them had a small stage in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Someone from the Lu family? Everyone looked at the barren planet and sparse voices could be heard. We can't hold on any longer. The Daoist mountain gate has collapsed, and almost half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas have disappeared. We still have to deal with the 6th mainland and we can't escape the fate of being defeated, just like the other 4 mainlands. The speaker was an old man with a tired expression. Forgotten Ruins deity sneered. Wang Fan. Zhu Yao was shocked. Wang family's ancestor Wang Fan? Chapter 2065. Lu Yin was astonished and he stared deeply at the old man. Wang Fan was the Wang family's ancestor, and he had also been one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daoist era. On the planet, someone else spoke up. His back was facing the crowd so they couldn't see his face clearly. His voice was gentle and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. If there's a sacrifice, there's a gain. I have a plan, but it's up to you all to see if you're willing. If you have something to say, just say it, said a man sitting on the ground. He looked younger than Wang Fan, but that didn't mean that he was truly young. This person gave off a similar feeling to Old White Ghost. Perhaps he was from the Frigid Immortal sect, or perhaps he was the Frigid Immortal sects by Wang Yuan. During the era of the Daoist sect, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had included the Wang family, the Cold Immortal sect, the Xia family, and the Lu family. The others were Progenitor Hui, Progenitor Symbol, Progenitor Withering, and Progenitor Fog. He didn't know who the people on this planet were, but he was sure that it was Wang Fan. I've spent many years researching a sourcebox array called the Infinite Kinesis Array. It uses a half-progenitor as the array's core, and it's capable of guarding against any power that isn't a progenitor. As long as it's placed on a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternals, it can ensure the safety of humanity. Of course, the prerequisite is that there's a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternals' progenitors. Lu Yin suddenly stood up in shock. Ancestor Hui. This person was Ancestor Hui. He had actually seen Ancestor Hui. For a long time, Patriarch Hui had never judged a hero by his combat prowess. Instead, his wisdom had determined victory for all eternity. He had schemed against the 6th mainland to take the 5th mainland's place in the calamity. The starry sky of the Tree of Trees was an endless source of motivation. The 5th mainland's mine net, the technocracy, and even the 5th mainland's chance of sneaking into the starry sky of the Tree of Trees in search of the origin item had all come from Patriarch Hui. Could be said that without Ancestor Hui, this era would not be what it was now. The 5th mainland might have been long gone. Progenitor Qin had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 ocean, and his battle prowess was astonishing. Progenitor Rune was a genius who had founded his own civilization. Progenitor Ku had silently slaughtered his way into the Eternals and created a civilization that was almost immortal. These progenitors were all incredibly powerful, but the one that Lu Yin respected the most was Progenitor Hui. Huizu was like a lighthouse for humanity, guiding the way. The god of forgotten ruins stared at the Hui ancestor, whose back was facing them and his face darkened. Hui Wen. Lu Yin looked at the forgetful ruins god. Is Hui Wen ancestor Hui's name? The god of forgotten ruins said gloomily, this despicable person. Lu Yin raised his head and smiled. As expected, no matter what they did, they would not be able to anger the 7 sky gods. Only the Hui ancestor could do such a thing. Huiwen, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others did not understand how respectable the person behind them was. Only Lu Yin understood. Only the god of the Forgotten Ruins hated him. No, the 9 luminaries hated him as well. If not for the Hui ancestor, the 6th mainland would not be in its current state. On the planet, Ancestor Hui's words made everyone ponder. A figure suddenly walked out of the void. His face was stained with blood and most of his robes were stained with blood. His robes were exactly the same as Chu Yuan's, He Luo Mavis, Sky Jialan's and the others. They were the white robes of the above heaven sect era with golden edges. Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exclaimed in unison. Leng Qing was shocked. Daoist Lu Tianyi? Lu Yin was astonished. Lu Tianyi? The patriarch of the Lu clan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He Luo Mavis stared at the newcomer. He's Lu Tianyi. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He's actually become an ancestor. Chu Yuan shook his head. After sleeping for so long, my old friend has become an ancestor. Time is truly a terrifying thing. On the planet, Lu Tianyi and the Hui ancestor faced each other. If there's a battlefield like this, can we really defend the 5th mainland? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. Lu Tianyi raised a hand and pointed at the mother tree. This is the battlefield. Wang Fan and the others did not understand. You said that you have to give up something to gain something. Then let us bear the burden of the Eternals and completely separate them from the 5th mainland. As long as we don't die, the 5th mainland will not be destroyed. Senior Lu, what are you planning to do? Wang Fan couldn't help but ask. Lu Tianyi stared at the Hui ancestor. You've already thought of this, haven't you? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. If you do this, you'll be cursed for eternity. There won't be time to explain things to you, and your descendants might not be willing to do so either. In the future, you might be strangers to the 5th mainland and you might even be considered traitors here. You'll be despised and expelled by the 5th mainland. Lu Tianyi laughed. Still better than the 5th mainland being destroyed. I was born and raised here and the Lu clan is willing to contribute everything. He then looked around. What about the rest of you? Wang Fan was startled and hesitated. The other person was also hesitant. Then it's decided. The Lu clan will bear all the curses and enjoy the glory of the 5th mainland. We should bear all the consequences. Huiwen, I know you've been prepared. Let's begin. Lu Tianyi shouted. The Hui ancestor praised. How heroic. Wait, even if we keep the Eternals outside, what about the 6th mainland? Can this place hold on without us? Wang Fan hurriedly asked. Lu Tianyi took a step forward. The 9 mountains and 8 seas aren't completely destroyed. He then vanished. Wang Fan gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the other person before vanishing as well. The Hui ancestor had already left. The only person left on the planet was the person from the Lu clan. He had a blank expression and did not look very old. The others did not call out to him after they left, as if they had completely ignored him. Lu Yin stared at this person. He did not recognize him, but he was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Since he was a direct descendant of the Lu clan, why hadn't Lu Tianyi brought him away? He had not even looked at Lu Yin from beginning to end, and neither had the others. The main hall shook. They were about to leave this space-time. Suddenly, another person walked out from the planet. When they saw this person, Lu Yin and the others were shocked. An ancient god? The person who had walked out was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. 9 luminaries and the others subconsciously looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god calmly looked at the planet and the scene before him. The ancient god appeared directly behind the dumbfounded man of the Lu family. Then he said something and left. The main hall shook again. They were about to leave this space-time. Lu Yin stared at the Lu clan descendant with blank eyes. Was this person related to the ancient god? Suddenly he saw another person. It was a youth who was not too far away from the Lu clan descendant, and he was also staring at him blankly. The Lu clan descendant's lifeless gaze suddenly turned towards the youth. The main hall disappeared and reappeared in the dark river of time. Within the main hall, everyone was silent. They could not calm down after what had just happened, and they could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. So the ancient god had been there and he had appeared behind that Lu clan descendant. Who was that Lu clan descendant? Was he related to the ancient god? Was he a traitor of the Lu clan? Was he a human redback? What he had just seen allowed Lu Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that the Lu clan had not given up on the Fifth Mainland, but had instead taken on the Fifth Mainland's burden. However, the final scene that had appeared made him feel depressed. There had to be a traitor in the Lu clan. Where was this traitor now? If he had been exiled by the four-way scales along with the Lu clan, then this person could very well bring disaster to the Lu clan. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The everlasting race's methods of developing redbacks were strange and varied, and even the Lu clan could not shake them off. As for the youth who had appeared at the end, he did not need to think to know that things were not looking good for him. He had seen something that he should not have, but that youth looked familiar as if he had seen him before. Who was that person? Lu Yin suddenly asked the Forgotten Ruins god. Everyone else also looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god shook his head. Someone from the ancient god. How would I know? Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Where is he? The Forgotten Ruins god covered his mouth and chuckled. Kid, you're asking the wrong person. I can't answer that question, but rather than worrying about the Lu clan, you should worry about yourself. You have our people by your side, and this was all planned by the ancient god himself. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. The everlasting race was all-pervasive, and he finally understood why. In the astral tree realm, he had joined the humble school under the alias of Long Seven and had captured many redbacks. Although he had been wary of the everlasting race's ability to instigate betrayals, he had believed that he could find all of them with his dies enhance. However, he now realized that he had still underestimated the everlasting race and the seven sky gods. The seven sky gods had existed for a long time, and they had developed countless redbacks. They had hidden themselves well, and it would not be easy to find them. The scene that had just happened had deeply provoked him. He had always believed that the Lu clan still existed and that it would not be destroyed, but with such a traitor, how likely was that? The main hall was still shuttling back and forth, and it didn't take long for the surging astral source to enter everyone's bodies once more. Lu Yin looked up as they were about to reach the next space-time. This time, more than half of the astral source cyclones within Lu Yin's body had been replenished, and only the last one had not been completely replenished. Across from him, Luo Mavis' face was flushed red. She had tried everything to suppress the speed at which she absorbed the astral source, but she could not hold on any longer. The main hall shook as the astral source was devoured by the statue once more. The disparity between the two sides was enough to make anyone want to vomit blood. A bright light appeared and everyone looked outside. They saw a giant furnace and the familiar Dao source sect in the distance. Lu Yin's expression changed. The heaven and earth furnace? He was not mistaken, as that was indeed Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a figure wailing within the giant furnace. Even further away, the Dao Source Sect's mountain was on the verge of collapse. Progenitor Chen? Zhu Yao cried out in alarm. Chu Yuan and the rest looked into the distance in shock, where they saw a man standing alone outside the Dao Source Sect's mountain. He was just a single person, but his aura reached the heavens and he had replaced the Dao Source Sect's main pillar. He was clearly only a meter tall, but he was taller than the entire universe. That was Progenitor Chen. Xiaxia, let Progenitor Nan go. Do you want to start a war between the two mainlands? Xiaxia, you've gone too far. Let Progenitor Nan go. Countless voices converged, and the entire Sixth Mainland was denouncing, cursing, and threatening him. However, the figure in front of the heaven and earth furnace remained calm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. So what if you're Progenitor Nan? I've already said that if you provoke me again, I'll turn you to ashes. Today, in front of the Sixth Mainland's Dao Source Sect's mountain gate, I, Xiaxia, will burn Nan Yi to ashes. Who dares to stop me? I'll burn down the Dao Source Sect, and your Sixth Mainland can take revenge on me no matter how many people there are. Chapter 2066. A miserable howl echoed throughout the Dao Source Sect and even the heavens. Within the main hall, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched a progenitor being incinerated. Within the Dao Source Sect, not a single progenitor from the Sixth Mainland dared to make a move, as Xiaxia had said that anyone who dared to stop him would be incinerated. Since ancient times, no one had dared to incinerate the Dao Source Sect. Progenitor Qin Xiaxia had been invincible throughout the universe and had not feared his ancestors. Even Zhou Yao and Zhou Xian had not witnessed such a scene before, as they had not even been born in that era. But now they were just as terrified as those from the Sixth Mainland. Even if they could leave the main hall, they were just like those from the Daoist sect, not daring to interfere. Everyone below Progenitor Qin was like an ant, and no one dared to provoke him. Lu Yin could feel the boundless domineering aura. This was Progenitor Qin, someone who dared to say that he would incinerate the Daoist sect. Luo Mavis looked at Progenitor Chen's back and gulped. Such a madman was rarely seen even in the above the heavens. Chu Yuan had never expected that such a person would appear in the human world after the above the heavens era. He had incinerated a progenitor without any other progenitors daring to interfere. Who could compete with such a domineering aura? A dignified progenitor had been incinerated into ashes right in front of Lu Yin and the others. No one knew how long this process had been, but everyone had been staring at the heaven and earth furnace as Progenitor Nan was incinerated. The mournful howls that echoed in their ears would never be forgotten. This was the first progenitor to be incinerated in front of everyone since ancient times. It was no wonder why Sky Salon had been disliked by the Sixth Mainland when she had pretended to be a member of the Nan family. They had even said that Progenitor Nan was a sinner of the Sixth Mainland. Sky Salon had been unlucky to have pretended to be a member of the Nan family. But what exactly had Progenitor Nan done? Why had Progenitor Qin been so furious? Although Progenitor Nan had vented his anger by doing so, he had become a mortal enemy with the Sixth Mainland, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. It was no wonder that the Sixth Mainland had fought a decisive battle with the Fifth Mainland, and the Sixth Mainland had even changed the Fifth Mainland's sky, preventing the Fifth Mainland from ever giving birth to a progenitor. The main hall shook once more, and then left that space-time to reappear within the river of time once more. Lu Yin looked at the statue with a complicated expression. Humans could not forget about history, but how many people knew that Progenitor Qin incinerate Progenitor Nan? How many people knew the reason behind his actions? This incident was the trigger for the decisive battle between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands. Many people had cursed Progenitor Qin, saying that he had caused the war between the two mainlands. However, only those who truly understood the history of that period knew why Progenitor Qin had done so. Although Lu Yin did not know the reason, the South Progenitor must have done something to infuriate Progenitor Qin to the point where he would not rest until the entire Sixth Mainland was dead. Perhaps the Eternals had instigated this, but he was more willing to believe Progenitor Qin. He was Progenitor Qin, an ancestor of the Fifth Mainland. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis were silent. They looked down on this era and believed that the era of the Above Heaven sect was humanity's golden age. However, even in the era of the Above Heaven sect, how many people were like Progenitor Qin? Is that person a hero of your era? Luo Mavis asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. His name is Xiaxia, Progenitor Qin Xiaxia. During the era of the Daoist sect, he dominated the two mountains and one ocean, and he created the serious art. He relied on his own strength to fight against the progenitors and killed more than one progenitor. Chu Yuan sighed. He's actually able to monopolize two mountains and one sea. The Fifth Mainland's Xia clan has indeed produced an absolute genius. It's a pity that they can't compete with him. What a pity. Was it a pity? No one knew whether or not Progenitor Qin was dead. When Mystery Progenitor had betrayed humanity and attacked Burial Garden, that attack had been from Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin had used his Dai's possession to enter the body of a member of the Su family, and he had seen Progenitor Qin beside the yellow spring in Burial Garden. He was more willing to believe that Progenitor Qin was still alive. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and he looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god's gaze was gloomy. Ever since she had seen Progenitor Qin, her expression had not improved. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The imprint on your face was left behind by Progenitor Qin, right? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Lu Yin. You saw through me because of this back then. You have Progenitor Qin's imprint on your face. What's your relationship with him? Lu Yin asked. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. What? Are you jealous? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Progenitor Qin before, and he knew that Progenitor Qin's incineration of Progenitor Nan might have been related to a woman. However, no one had mentioned who that woman was, and only those from that era knew about it. Even Elder Chan did not know much, as he had only been a minor cultivator back then. Lu Yin had originally wanted to ask the Wang family, but he had never had the chance. Wangxi would definitely know. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up, her eyes flashing coldly. If we're talking about our relationship, it goes very, very deep. The person Xiaoxiang hates the most is me and I. Her gaze turned cold and there was an intense hatred in the depths of her eyes. I also want to return this imprint to him. Is progenitor Qin dead or alive? Luyin asked. Everyone else looked at the Forgotten Ruins god, and even Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were concerned. Someone like progenitor Qin would be an outstanding person in any era, and it would be a pity if such a person died. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled but did not answer. The surging astral source surged into everyone's bodies once more. He Luo Mavis' expression changed as she was afraid that she would not be able to suppress it this time. She really did not want to break through as she had not accumulated enough foundation yet. It would be fine if she could break through, but how could she succeed in this situation? No matter what she thought, she could not suppress it this time. Every time the astral source surged into her body, it would be more violent than the previous time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a muffled groan. Within the main hall, the crazily surging astral source converged, and a blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards her. Leng Qing was shocked. This was his attack? Was this Origin Tribulation? Origin Tribulation was created by the astral source universe to steal the astral source within a cultivator's body. Breaking through to the next realm would result in an Origin Tribulation, and above the emissary level, every 100,000 power level increase would cause a minor Origin Tribulation. Origin Tribulations were attacks that had appeared in the astral source universe before. For example, Lu Yin's Tribulation had attracted Sengoku's punch and progenitor Chen's attack. A minor Origin Tribulation with a power level of 100,000 was not that exaggerated, and it could even be blocked by external objects. Logically speaking, when the astral source universe was swallowed by that liquid, there should not have been an Origin Tribulation. However, within this main hall one had appeared. Leng Qing's attack was not as exaggerated as a half-ancestor's, but it was still close to the destructive power of a fifth tribulation. It was just like a normal tribulation in the astral source universe. The others did not understand. How could there be an Origin Tribulation in this main hall? Furthermore, they were still traveling through space-time. He Luo Mavis did not have time to think too much about it. The blade descended and she instinctively took out an external object to block it. The blade was blocked by the external object and shattered, and then the Origin Tribulation disappeared. Following that, more astral source frantically poured into her body, cleansing her body and strengthening her astral source cyclone. He Luo Mavis was shocked. She had really survived an Origin Tribulation. She was now a cultivator with 3 tribulations. The others also looked at her in surprise. How could she undergo an Origin Tribulation here? There was clearly no astral source universe. How do you feel? Luyin asked, looking at the river Mavis. He Luo Mavis blinked. Pretty good. Normal. What do you mean? I'm asking if this is any different from a normal Origin Tribulation. No, this is an Origin Tribulation. Luyin was stunned. She could undergo an Origin Tribulation here? When the astral source universe had been swallowed by the liquid, his heart had sunk to the bottom. His first thought had been that there was no way to break through. He cultivated astral source energy, so how could he break through without his astral source? The only thing he could use was death chi. Later, he had discovered a stable astral source in the Dao Source Sect's ruins, and he had held on to some hope. Unfortunately, there had been too little astral source there, and the 6th mainland had been keeping an eye on it. His heart had sunk once more as he had never expected to see hope for a breakthrough in this main hall. If He Luo Mavis could break through, then so could he. The speed at which the statue fed back astral source was much faster than when he absorbed it normally. How much faster would it be if he absorbed it using Sirius? Lu Yin grew excited when he thought of this. Perhaps he could break through his current realm in this main hall and increase his strength. The main hall shook, and Lu Yin and the others adjusted their expressions, as they were about to appear in another space-time. Everyone looked outside and saw a waterfall, a huge waterfall. Everyone was confused. Another waterfall? It was different from the waterfall at the 3 gates, as this one flowed in reverse. Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this the waterfall at the entrance of the Starfall Sea that led to the 6th mainland? The 6th mainland's invasion had originated from this waterfall. Many people from the 5th mainland were curious as to what the peak of this waterfall looked like, and at this moment they saw it for themselves. Above the waterfall was a boundless starry sky. Just like how the astral river divided the innerverse into countless tributaries, this reverse waterfall was also divided into countless tributaries that extended towards the sixth mainland. From the fifth mainland's perspective, this waterfall flowed in reverse, but from the sixth mainland's perspective, it flowed downwards. Everyone saw the waterfall in the sixth mainland, and they also saw a figure walk out. With a casual wave of his hand, countless cultivators appeared and charged towards the sixth mainland. Lu Yin looked at that figure, and although he could not see the figure's appearance clearly, he instantly realized that this figure matched the statue that he had been forced to kneel to in the burial garden. If he was not wrong, then this was the symbol progenitor. After the final battle at the Daoist sect, the symbol progenitor had gone against the flow and challenged the sixth mainland with an entire civilization on his back. Lu Yin had heard of this story many times, and he could feel the grandeur and the determination to face death with equanimity. However, it was completely different from what he had seen with his own eyes. Under the symbol progenitor's command, countless cultivators had charged into the sixth mainland, and the sixth mainland's powerhouses had also appeared one after another, all of them charging towards the symbol progenitor. This was a clash between civilizations, and what followed was a bloodbath and an endless sea of corpses. In an instant, countless corpses fell into the waterfall. Some of them flowed along the tributaries to various parts of the sixth mainland, while others fell into the fifth mainland. Lu Yin stared blankly at the waterfall, which had been dyed red and buried with countless corpses. The symbol progenitor continued to press forward, and all they could hear were mournful and indignant roars. Chapter 2067. Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others from the Above Heaven sect were also stunned. How many cultivators did a civilization have? It was truly uncountable. The rune progenitor had used his immense power to lead the entire rune technology's cultivators into the battlefield, and they had occupied the entire region. What kind of hatred could make a civilization face death with equanimity? Chu Yuan and the others did not know, but Lu Yin did. The sixth mainland had swapped the fifth mainland's sky, and from then on, the fifth mainland would never be able to produce a progenitor. This was an extreme hatred, and even the Hui ancestor had schemed for the sixth mainland to collapse. 9 luminaries clenched his fists. He had not experienced the war of the Daoist sect, but he had heard of this scene far too many times. It was precisely because of this battle that the sixth mainland had declined, and they could no longer do anything to the fifth mainland. Otherwise, it would not just be swapping the sky but also enslaving them. The hatred between the sixth and fifth mainlands was too deep, and they had never let go of it. They had always wanted to enslave the fifth mainland, but because of this battle, they had delayed the enslavement of the fifth mainland until after the 3 upper gates had been broken. If not for the rune progenitor, how could the fifth mainland still be the fifth mainland? How could they have been able to scheme against the sixth mainland? No one understood why the rune progenitor had used his civilization to challenge the sixth mainland. He had sacrificed the entire rune technology, and many people felt that it was not worth it. Only the sixth mainland knew that this battle had knocked out their last fangs. Countless corpses flowed along the waterfall and piled up in space. The main hall remained silent for a long time. At that moment, a strange and terrifying doll flew past the main hall and headed towards the sixth mainland. Lu Yin saw it and was shocked. The witch spirit god? Everyone else looked at the doll and watched as the witch spirit god strangely pierced through the void and approached the battlefield. It then faced the rune progenitor's back. Suddenly, the astral sources within everyone's bodies were devoured by the statue once more, and the main hall shook before vanishing. The main hall reappeared in space. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The 7 sky gods, it was the 7 sky gods again. They were everywhere. Could it be that the rune progenitor's battle with the sixth mainland was related to the witch spirit god? That's right. Otherwise, who in the sixth mainland could deal with the rune progenitor? During that era, the fifth mainland had been able to crush the sixth mainland. Although the sixth mainland had quite a few progenitors, they could not compare to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I always feel like I'm seeing major events from history, Lan Xian said. Lu Yin frowned. Strange, how could this be? According to the order of history, the symbol ancestor's invasion of the sixth mainland should have happened a long time after progenitor Qin incinerated progenitor Nan. How could they see progenitor Qin incinerating progenitor Nan before seeing the symbol ancestor invading the sixth mainland? History could not be wrong. The only possibility was that this space-time travel might not be as smooth as expected. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan. How much do you know about that sword? I said I don't know, Chu Yuan said. The primogenitor didn't mention it? Compared to He Luo Mavis, this Chu Yuan was much more thoughtful. He Luo Mavis sneered. How could he not have mentioned it? He just doesn't want to talk about it. Lu Yin looked up at the Forgotten Ruins god. Do you know? Jiu Yao and the others found it strange that they were actually asking about the 7 sky gods. What was even stranger was that the god of Forgotten Ruins actually answered. Just like before, one dared to ask while the other dared to answer. You are curious about the sequence of space-time travel, right? Lu Yin nodded. The Forgotten Ruins god was indolent. He leaned against the wall. I'm not sure either. Legend has it that the primogenitor had 6 swords that possessed the power of space-time. It's obvious that the 6 swords each have different functions, and he never announced them to the public. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If time was compared to a long river, then they were like a small boat that was being pushed by the current. It could move forward or backward. What he wanted the most was to return, but if he did not understand that sword, then the possibility of returning was not high. Since you all want to return, then give me the sword. I can try to bring you back to the beginning of the universe. Otherwise, I'll just give up on the half-ancestor's body. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. You can give up on the half-ancestor's body, but you won't give up on the sword, Lan Xian said. This was the first time she had spoken to the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Lan Xian. What a beautiful sister. I wonder if anyone would like you even if I disfigure your face. At that moment, the surging astral source surged out once more and rushed into everyone's bodies. Everyone was speechless. It was happening again. He Luo Mavis had broken through once, but she still had to forcefully suppress the absorption speed. It was the same for Chu Yuan. The total amount of astral source in his body far exceeded that of He Luo Mavis, and he was also better at suppressing the absorption speed. Only Lu Yin was able to calmly absorb the astral source and even use the serious art. 80,000 stars revolved around him and crazily devoured the astral source at a much faster rate than before. The astral source in the entire hall was like a whirlpool that was gathering towards him. Everyone looked at him. Was this kid crazy? If he continued to absorb astral source like this, he would break through very quickly. Even though He Luo Mavis had successfully broken through, the others still did not intend to break through. This was especially true for the half-ancestors, as they definitely could not break through to the progenitor realm. What are you trying to do? Chu Yuan could not hold back any longer and barked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. That's none of your business. Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly, but he did not want to stop Lu Yin from absorbing the astral source. Lu Yin's breakthrough had nothing to do with him, but he was currently in an awkward situation. He was the closest to Lu Yin, and the latter was crazily absorbing the astral source. The amount of astral source surging towards him was much greater than before, and no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the astral source still rushed into his body faster than before. Chu Yuan breakthrough. You've suppressed it for so long, it's time to release it. He Luo Mavis laughed heartily, but her words sounded strange. Chu Yuan's expression changed and he looked around before leaping towards her. He Luo Mavis was on guard. What are you doing? Chu Yuan quickly approached her, but she snorted and unceremoniously punched out. The attack landed on Chu Yuan's body, but it was neutralized by Formless. Lend me some space, Chu Yuan said as he moved to the side of He Luo Mavis. He Luo Mavis angrily shouted, "Scram! Try me if you can," Chu Yuan said coldly. He Luo Mavis was furious, but she could not chase him away. She could only remain vigilant against Chu Yuan while suppressing the speed of her absorption. The most troublesome thing was that she was afraid of breaking through again. If Chu Yuan interfered during the breakthrough, the backlash would be severe. Regardless of whether it was Chu Yuan's star energy reserves or his rate of absorption, she couldn't compare to him. Even if she had already broken through once, she might be able to do so again. At that time, she would have to be on guard against Chu Yuan while trying to break through, which would make it easy for her to be distracted. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. This guy was actually breaking through on his own accord. She should not have told him that he could break through normally. Seeing Chu Yuan run towards He Luo Mavis, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He expanded the range of his serious art, and the absorption sped up again. The astral energy spread towards He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan, and they both angrily shouted, "Brother Lu, that's too much." Lu Yin opened his eyes. "I can't control myself." Only an idiot would believe him. The two were helpless. This guy was a bit of a scoundrel. As a Daoist of the above heaven sect, which one of them wasn't full of righteousness? Their words carried enormous weight and gathered a myriad of brilliance on their body. They cherished their wings and were deeply afraid that their words and actions would be disliked by the Daoist master. This fellow was the exact opposite, even daring to say such words. The astral source surged more violently each time, and He Luo Mavis could not take it anymore. She had no choice but to jump up and rush towards the first level of the main hall. Although the statue was on the first level because Lu Yin had used his serious art, there was less astral source than there was on the second level. Chu Yuan also rushed towards the first level. The first level was a battlefield for half-ancestors. Fortunately, half-ancestors did not dare to fight while traveling through spacetime, so they were still safe. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan left, and the second level of the main hall was now Lu Yin's. He exhaled and expanded his range once more, absorbing the astral source of the entire second level. Absorbing wasn't the right word. More accurately, he devoured it. He frantically devoured the astral source, filling up the cyclones one after another. In the blink of an eye, he had already filled up 4. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He was about to face his tribulation. Everyone looked down in amazement. This person was truly different from ordinary people. If it had been anyone else, they would have already faced 6 tribulations. Not long after, the lower-level cyclones continued to expand. Lu Yin suddenly realized that if the lower-level cyclones were filled up and he underwent his tribulation, then the middle finger, upper intelligence and finally the visible cyclones would be filled up one by one. Wouldn't he be exposed? No, he could not be exposed. When he thought of this, he hurriedly used his death chi to block the lower breakthrough pass from absorbing the astral origin. Then the astral origin crazily spread towards the middle finger pass. When the astral origin cyclone at the middle finger pass reached the critical point of the second origin tribulation, he used his death chi to block it. Then it was the upper wisdom pass and finally the astral origin cyclone on the surface. At that moment the main hall shook, and Lu Yin hurriedly dispersed his serious art. He could not absorb any more astral source or he would definitely undergo his tribulation. However, he would probably only be halfway through before the astral source was devoured by the statue, which meant that he had failed. He could only wait for the next attempt. On the first floor of the main hall, the 9 luminaries felt that it was a pity that Lu Yin had managed to hold himself back. If he had failed his second tribulation, then it would have been a huge blow to him. Light replaced the darkness of space and everyone looked outside the main hall. They had arrived at another space-time. This time they were not on a battlefield or in space but rather above an ocean. In the distance there was a tall mountain that emitted a hazy halo. "A mountain sea?" Leng Qing exclaimed. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis both stared at the mountain in the distance, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Yin was shocked. "That's a mountain sea?" Only the 9 mountains and 8 seas could shock Leng Qing. Lu Yin had seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, but they did not look much different from ordinary mountains and seas. "There's someone here," Lan Xian reminded him. Everyone looked down and saw a floating continent above the calm ocean. Flowers bloomed and the scenery was beautiful. There were 2 people on the continent, one sitting and the other standing. Lu Yin's jaw dropped when he saw them. Zhao Ran? Chapter 2068. Lu Yin would never have guessed that he would see Zhao Ran while traveling through space. She still had that confused look on her face, but her eyes seemed to speak as she poured tea for the person sitting down. "That's poison, right?" He Luo Mavis couldn't help but ask as she looked at the flower tea. "It should be poison," Chu Yuan said solemnly. Every time the sword brought them through space they would see major events in history. Could something big be happening here? It was clearly very calm. Lu Yin raised his brows. "Poison? No, that was tea. It looked like poison but it tasted very good." He hadn't expected that he wasn't the first person to taste it. Then who was it? The person sitting down was a man, and his head was lowered as he sipped the tea. "Is it good?" Zhao Ran asked, blinking her large eyes expectantly. The person put down his teacup and looked up with a warm smile. "It's good. Zhao Ran, give me another cup." "Okay," Zhao Ran happily hummed as she collected the flower petals. It was then that everyone saw the person sitting down. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 30s, but most of his hair was white and his face was haggard. He was very thin, almost like a bag of bones. He had a warm smile, but his appearance was a little ugly. However, when one looked at his smile, they couldn't help but overlook his appearance. Who was this person? Lu Yin stared at the man, but he had never seen him before. Suddenly, the ocean began to boil and Zhao Ran looked up in panic. She didn't know when, but countless withered strands of hair had appeared in the void from all directions, accompanied by a desolate voice. Withered, it's time to die. Lu Yin was shocked and took a step forward. Was this the withered ancestor? Zhou Yao and Lan Xian were shocked, but they weren't as shocked as Lu Yin. Although the withered ancestor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he wasn't very famous. The 6th mainland hated progenitor Qin and had erased the talisman progenitor's existence, but they never mentioned him. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but that they didn't need to. Or rather, they couldn't remember him. The withered ancestor had stepped onto the path of cultivation and disappeared forever. Most people didn't know about his past and no one cared about him. But the more he learned about Ancestor Ku, the more he realized how terrifying he was. This was especially true for Lu Yin, who was even more shocked by Ancestor Ku than Ancestor Qin. There were many stories about progenitor Qin, but progenitor Ku had almost none. Even the starry sky tree confirmed that progenitor Ku was in the deepest part of the Dominator world because he was the weakest progenitor. However, it was precisely this ancestor realm expert that had been overlooked by others that had to be one of the 7 sky gods in order to have the qualifications to make a move. Above the ocean, Zhao Ran trembled, her face deathly pale. The desolate ancestor stood up and slowly walked over to Zhao Ran. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid." Zhao Ran turned around and pursed her lips, looking uneasy. The desolate ancestor patted her head. "I'm not the one you've been waiting for in your life. You don't have to miss me anymore. Go. We'll meet again one day." He then pushed Zhao Ran into the void and she disappeared. You still have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Looking at your cultivation history, has there ever been a woman who liked you? How pitiful. You're a dignified ancestor, yet no one cares about you. Why don't you join my eternal race and we'll guarantee you eternal life? The undying god slowly walked out with his head held high. Senior Wu Xing? Leng Qing exclaimed. The monument protector? Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exclaimed. The Forgotten Ruins god calmly watched this scene. It was all in the past, but there were some things that she didn't know. The desolate ancestor looked at the undying god. Not caring about them is relative. They're not here and I don't care about them either. If that's the case, why don't you join the eternal race? The undying god asked. The desolate ancestor's malevolent face smiled. Because I'm human. His entire body turned into a mummy as he clenched his right fist. The stars exploded, the earth shook and the entire universe shook. You're not my match. I want to see just how powerful the eternal race's so-called only true god is. He took a step forward and brushed past the undying god. The desolate ancestor's body instantly recovered, but the undying god's body was split in half and he couldn't move at all. The next moment, the desolate ancestor raised his foot again, and the stars disappeared in the blink of an eye. The undying god was a step slower and he suddenly turned around in disbelief. Desolate ancestor, you dare trespass the eternal race? You're courting death. The next moment, the main hall shook, and the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured by the statues. The surroundings turned dark once more and the shocked crowd was left behind. They were shocked every time they saw a space-time continuum. Every space-time continuum was a historical event, and Lu Yin had been shocked by the desolate ancestor and Zhao Ran. Leng Qing and the others were even more shocked by the undying god. They hadn't expected the guardian, Wu Xing, to become one of the eternal race's 7 sky gods, nor had they expected the so-called desolate ancestor to say that Wu Xing wasn't his match. Wu Xing was Wu Xing, a child adopted by Wu Tian. Because of his peerless talent, he had been given the position of guardian of the martial steels, allowing him to browse through the steels as he pleased. During the era of the above heaven, no one dared to underestimate Wu Xing. Leng Qing was proficient in blade techniques and possessed the sky blade realm, but he had been defeated in a single strike by Wu Xing. He understood how powerful Wu Xing was, and the fact that he had lived for so long proved how terrifying he was. How could he not be that person's match? Who's that desolate ancestor? Lung Qing asked, as this was the first time he had asked such a question. Nine luminaries' expression turned ugly. The desolate ancestor from the fifth mainland. He couldn't believe that the desolate ancestor, a progenitor, could defeat the undying god. They had all been deceived. This desolate ancestor was perhaps the most well-hidden of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exchanged glances, and once again they stopped underestimating this era. Progenitor Qin had incinerated Progenitor Nan, Progenitor Talisman had challenged the 6th mainland, and Desolate Ancestor had claimed that he could defeat Wu Xing. Who would dare to underestimate these geniuses? Even during the era of the above heaven they were all top powerhouses. That person just now was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Chu Yuan said solemnly. The 9 mountains and 8 seas assessment didn't take into account one's age, but rather one's ability. In other words, if this person could become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the era of the above heaven, then he would definitely be one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas as well. Chu Yuan suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Have the 9 mountains and 8 seas been gathered in your era? Lu Yin seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Of course. He Luo Mavis's eyelids twitched. Even during the era of the above heaven, there had been times when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been gathered. This was unbelievable. Their understanding of this era had changed. What about Desolate Ancestor? How is he? Lu Yin asked the god of Forgotten Ruins. The god of Forgotten Ruins thought about it. He should still be alive. He won't die anyway. I never fought with him because he's too difficult. Lu Yin relaxed. The Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into the everlasting tribe alone. In terms of spirit he was definitely not inferior to the Symbol Ancestor, but he kept a low profile. He was a nameless hero. At that moment, the astral source madly surged into everyone's bodies. Lu Yin hurriedly circulated his serious art and devoured the astral source, replenishing the 4 cyclones at an even faster rate than before. He became the center of attention once again. This time he absorbed all 4 astral origin cyclones until they were infinitesimally close to the second origin tribulation. Then he transferred the death chi to the astral origin cyclones, and the astral origin cyclones in the lower charge cyclones, middle finger cyclones, and upper intelligence cyclones, all of which were upgraded to the second origin tribulation at almost the same time as the one on the surface. Everyone else watched. A wolf head appeared above Lu Yin's head. This was the god of Forgotten Ruins' innate gift, but its power was not as exaggerated as when the god of Forgotten Ruins used it. This was just a guided origin tribulation. As he watched the wolf head approach, Lu Yin silently took out the egg and placed it on top of his head. The wolf head was then blocked by the egg and Lu Yin was completely unharmed. Everyone was speechless. Although a minor origin tribulation could be blocked by external items to a certain extent, Lu Yin was being too convenient. Jiao Yao said, if the astral source universe was normal, his actions would have attracted crazy revenge. Revenge? Lu Yin looked up at Jiao Yao. Who's taking revenge? Of course it's the astral source universe, Lan Xian replied as she looked at Lu Yin. A minor origin tribulation isn't that powerful, but most people rely on themselves to overcome it. They only use external items when they really can't overcome it. This is because there have been cases where an elder has dispelled a minor origin tribulation and attracted a terrifying origin tribulation, and it's happened more than once. As long as the origin tribulation changes, the person undergoing it will definitely die. Lu Yin recalled the lightning that had appeared at the end of the emissary origin tribulation. If not for that corpse he would have definitely died. This minor origin tribulation could change? Fortunately it hadn't changed this time. He put the egg away. However, the astral source continued to gather above his head, just like an origin tribulation. The others were shocked. A minor origin tribulation would only descend once. How could there be more? Lu Yin blinked. It couldn't be. Was it because he had 4 astral source cyclones that he could attract 4 origin tribulations? His expression turned ugly when he thought of this. A minor origin tribulation was one thing, but what would he do when he reached a power level of 1 million? What about the half-ancestor origin tribulation? What about a progenitor's origin tribulation? 1 origin tribulation was already terrifying enough, but 4? Just thinking about it made him tremble. While he was still in a daze, the origin tribulation descended. This time it was a multicolored palm strike, one of Jiao Yao's battle techniques. It looked dazzling, but it had been completely useless against the Forgotten Ruins god. It had been useless against the Forgotten Ruins god, but to Lu Yin he definitely wouldn't have been able to block it if Jiu Yao had used it. He would have had to rely on external items. However, Lan Xian's words had shocked him. He put the egg away and struck out with a clear void palm. The clear void palm collided with Jiu Yao's multicolored palm strike, and Lu Yin's origin tribulation was contained. Then there was a second palm strike, a third palm strike, and a fifth palm strike. The origin tribulation was shattered. The minor origin tribulation's power was indeed too weak. The clear void palm didn't even have to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation, one of the tribulations had been a punch from the giant Sengoku, which had forced him to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization and use the primogenitor's scripture to resist. This minor origin tribulation couldn't compare to it. The origin tribulation above his head still hadn't dissipated. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely, as strange things always happened to this person. This time it was a blade attack similar to what Luo Mavis had faced during her tribulation. It was an attack from Lung Qing. Lu Yin frowned. The origin tribulations that appeared were all from the cultivators in the main hall, and the hall was still traveling through space-time. How could there be an origin tribulation here? Did this mean that the astral source in the main hall was different from the astral source universe in outer space? Back in his era, the astral source universe had been devoured, so there shouldn't be any more origin tribulations. However, there was one here. He looked at the statue. Could it be that the sword had created a new astral source universe? Chapter 2069. This was a frightening thought, but it was also the most likely possibility. Within the main hall, there was an astral source universe that was constantly forming and disappearing. The blade descended and Lu Yin grabbed it. The blade was sharp enough to cut through the void, but it could not break through Lu Yin's defenses. After all, it was far weaker than Lung Qing's own attack. With a bang, the blade shattered. A fourth tribulation appeared above Lu Yin's head. Chu Yuan's face sank as Lu Yin's various performances had already surpassed his understanding. Lu Yin had always been an existence that surpassed others' understanding, especially his astral source reserves. Anyone who knew about this would not understand how Lu Yin could possess astral sources that could rival a Lu family deidisciples. At this moment, Chu Yuan finally understood how others felt. Where did this person get so many astral sources? Why did the minor origin tribulations keep appearing? How did Lu Yin cultivate? Lu Yin was walking down an incomprehensible path that others could not understand. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's face changed. Not good, he was about to break through. Lu Yin was madly devouring astral sources in order to break through, but that did not mean that others could not absorb astral sources. It was just a bit slower than before. However, each time he absorbed astral sources, the time it took him to do so increased. This time Chu Yuan could not stop it and he was about to break through. Finally, an origin tribulation appeared above his head. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Chu Yuan was about to break through as well. Luo Mavis quickly distanced herself from Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's expression did not look good. He was currently at the second tribulation and he could break through if he wanted to, but not under such circumstances. He liked being the center of attention, which was why he had not stopped Luo Mavis and Lu Yin from following him in the Daoist sect's ruins. Now everyone's attention was on Lu Yin, and he had become a foil, which was not a good feeling. The origin tribulations descended. Lu Yin and Chu Yuan underwent their tribulations at almost the same time. Chu Yuan had become a cultivator with 3 tribulations, while Lu Yin had become a cultivator with 2 tribulations. Even after their tribulations, astral sources were still pouring into their bodies. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis had both chosen to suppress the rate at which they absorbed astral sources. Lu Yin was still absorbing astral sources using Sirius. The liquid had devoured the astral source universe, and without it, where would he go to face his tribulations? If he could break through, then so be it. His foundation was deep enough, so deep that it made others doubt their lives. The others looked at Lu Yin. He wanted to break through? Was he crazy? The Forgotten Ruins god giggled. Little fella, you're afraid that you won't be able to break through in the future without the Star Source universe, right? I like your personality. Once you catch something, you won't let go. Hee hee. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This woman was right. Why would she let go when she had already caught him? Luo Mavis, on the other hand, wasn't that worried. Although she also cultivated astral sources, she was more focused on the Mavis family's own cultivation method. She just needed to find the divine tree. Chu Yuan frowned deeply. If the stellar source universe was gone, what was he going to do? Currently, he did not have the ability to create his own cultivation system. His cultivation system was purely based on the astral source cultivation system, just like the Lu family. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. Was she going to keep breaking through like him? This went against his original intentions. After the origin tribulation, the astral source continued to surge into everyone's bodies. The statue had absorbed too much astral source, and it was far beyond what Lu Yin and the rest could absorb. The 4 astral genesis chi vortexes in his body continued to expand, and he was on his way to the 3rd origin tribulation. The main hall suddenly shook and everyone's expressions froze. A new spacetime was about to appear. The longest history that Lu Yin knew of was the Dao Source sect's 5th mainland and 6th mainland's decisive battle. No one had mentioned anything further than that, as it seemed that history was not important. Or rather, it was not important to the 5th mainland, such as the cultivation paths of Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku. However, Lu Yin was interested in those histories. However, traversing through spacetime was not necessarily in order. Perhaps what they saw was not an older history but a more recent one. Outside the main hall, a white light flashed past. Everyone looked over and saw a glaring white light boil in the sky before turning into a dark red that shot out in all directions. Even Lu Yin could not clearly see what was happening. "That's the collapse of a continent," Jiu Yao blurted out as he looked into the distance in shock. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. "It's actually a scene of a continent collapsing. How nostalgic." Leng Qing was in disbelief. A continent collapsing? A continent collapsing? He had previously heard that 5 out of the 6 continents of the human race had already collapsed, but he had not believed it. Now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. The soil, the rivers, the mountains, the planets, and even the great world were all spreading out in all directions. Naturally, this included the countless living beings within it as well. How many lives would be lost when a continent collapsed? No one could keep track of it. Even the tiny Earth had lost billions of humans before Armageddon, and this did not include other animals. How many Earths were there on a continent? It was also impossible to count, as there were too many. The collapse of a continent would bring about the disappearance of a civilization. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he witnessed the most resplendent and cruel scene in the universe. The glaring white light mixed with the dark red light was terrifying, and he could almost hear the cries of countless lives as they fell into despair before finally being reduced to dust. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis quietly watched this scene as a continent collapsed. They had never imagined such a scene before. Hearing it was one thing, but actually seeing it was another. "So it's the 4th mainland," the Forgotten Ruins god said, having recognized it. Above the main hall, a large number of planets exploded and countless strange life forms were instantly annihilated. These life forms were not humans, but at this moment life was life. The 4th mainland was populated by astral beasts, and the astral beast domain was a descendant of the 4th mainland. The celestial beast tribe and Butian were both from the 4th mainland. Once upon a time, their homeworld had been comparable to the entire 5th mainland. Not only did the 5th mainland include the inner verse and outer verse, but it also included the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic tree domain. One could imagine how powerful the complete 5th mainland had been, and the 4th mainland had been comparable to the 5th mainland. Such a huge and prosperous region had completely collapsed and disappeared from the universe. Even Lu Yin could not imagine such a scene. But now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Everyone was silent, as the disappearance of life was always accompanied by silence. Perhaps only the Forgotten Ruins god liked to see such a scene. They had seen it happen several times and they had personally created it. Lu Yin unconsciously clenched his fists. Would the 5th mainland end up like this as well? He suddenly saw something familiar. Was that a humanoid source box? The collapse of the continent was like the explosion of a large part of the universe. The continents broke apart and countless black holes appeared. In this apocalyptic scene, one after another humanoid source boxes shot out in all directions. There were so many of them that Lu Yin even forgot that the continent was collapsing. Why were there so many of them? In outer space, the humanoid source boxes flew out in droves, and not just from one location but from many different locations. What was going on? Little Sure had said that humanoid source boxes could not be unlocked, and Celestial Master Xiao had warned him as well. Lu Yin understood this very well, which was why he had given all of the humanoid source boxes he had obtained to Celestial Master Xiao. However, no one could say for sure where the humanoid source boxes had come from. At this moment he actually saw countless humanoid source boxes when the fourth mainland was collapsing. How could there be so many of them? He suddenly recalled what he had seen when he had fused with the Yin Guai's body. There had been many humanoid source boxes in the Celestial Beast Empire, and they had seemed to be collecting them. The Celestial Beast Empire, the fourth mainland, and the humanoid source boxes. What was the connection between all of these? The main hall swayed and then appeared in the void. The scene of the continent collapsing seemed like an illusion. However, Chu Yuan and the others fell silent. That scene had really happened. Knowing about history was one thing, but experiencing it was another. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. The statue began to devour the astral source, and everyone simply allowed it to do so. They had seen the fourth mainland collapse. Would they see the third mainland, the second mainland, or even the first mainland next? Would they see the era of the Above Heaven sect? How far back in history could this sword take them? Not long after, the statue released the astral source, and Lu Yin immediately activated the serious art. It was as if he had subconsciously done so. Luo Mavis was the first to break through. She could no longer suppress herself and unhappily broke through to the fourth origin tribulation. If this cultivation speed had been experienced by an ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed. It should be known that a normal cultivator would have to spend a considerable amount of time to raise their astral source to the point where they could undergo tribulation. The astral source universe would not allow them to smoothly absorb astral sources. However, there was no such worry in this place. Not only that, but they also had to crazily absorb astral sources to increase their strength. How great would it be if this happened to the entire human race? Lu Yin suddenly thought. Luo Mavis had reached the fourth origin tribulation, and her strength had increased significantly. However, this passive increase made her very unhappy. Not long after, the four astral source cyclones in Lu Yin's body simultaneously reached the threshold of the third origin tribulation, and he began to undergo his tribulation. He had never experienced such a fast cultivation speed before, and this was already the third origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was not difficult, and it was the same as before. She only had one minor tribulation while he had four. Once the four minor tribulations passed, Lu Yin officially became a third tribulation cultivator. He knew that his strength had increased significantly, and he could now fight against powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000, which was the same level as Master Yuan. If he stayed in the main hall for a little longer, he might be able to break through to that level. Of course, this was just a thought. Even if he could break through to that level, he would not attempt it. His foundation would only allow him to reach the third or fourth origin tribulation. Any higher and he would need to continue accumulating his foundation. At worst, he would just run to the cosmic tree to cultivate. In any case, there was Death Face, and the four cardinal scales would not be able to find him. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him, curious as to when he would break through to the fourth origin tribulation. Lu Yin glanced around and saw Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis standing far away from him. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He felt like he could try to steal the statue. Just as he was thinking about this, the main hall shook and everyone looked outside with anticipation and apprehension. This time, the main hall appeared above a boundless ocean. No, this was a lake? Lu Yin looked around and saw an enormous lake with no end in sight. The reason he was certain that this was a lake and not an ocean was because there was a forest in the distance that was as large as the Mavis Divine Tree. No matter how far away they were, even if they couldn't see the edge of the lake, they could still clearly see the surrounding forest. Even further away, they could see the trees that were large enough to support the stars and the distant mother tree. The apex. Chapter 2070. What a familiar place, the Forgotten Ruins god muttered. Everyone else was confused as they had never seen such a huge lake before. Perhaps it was a scene from a destroyed continent. The fifth mainland had its own astral river and the sixth mainland had its own waterfall. No one noticed that Chu Yuan's face was filled with shock. He recognized this place and had been here before. This was the place where the progenitor had met him. Above us. Lan Xian exclaimed, her voice filled with fear. Everyone looked up. A boundless shadow loomed over them, followed by a deafening cry that caused the entire area to tremble. It was the cry of an eagle. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a majestic eagle descended. It approached from afar and instantly grew countless times larger, covering almost half of the lake. This lake was so large that even Lu Yin, who was at the third tribulation, could not see the end of it. It was large enough to nurture an entire region of space, but that eagle was half the size of the lake and even larger than the ancestral turtle. Leng Qing's eyes narrowed when she saw the eagle descend and she blurted out, "The progenitor's divine eagle." Zhou Yao and Lan Xian were both shaken as they recalled the statue that they had often worshipped. The statue depicted the progenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. Was there really a divine eagle? Lu Yin stared blankly at the eagle as it descended and recalled the legends of the astral tree. It was said that there was a divine eagle in the ruler realm, and the roots of the mother tree were entrenched in the ancestral mandala. He had seen the ancestral mandala before, but did a divine eagle really exist? Was this the one? The eagle enveloped the lake, its claws reaching into the water as if it was trying to grab something. The entire lake was stirred up, and the surrounding stars swayed as droplets of water scattered in all directions. Each droplet could drown a star, but to the eagle they were just droplets of water. The eagle's claws reached into the lake for an instant, and then it soared into the sky once more, flying towards the endless sky as it cried out. The eagle's cry was filled with anger and annoyance, and Lu Yin and the rest could hear it. At that moment, a despicable voice rang out from beneath their feet. "Come, little bird, come and catch Lord Fish. If Lord Fish frowns, it's not a good fish. Come." Everyone lowered their heads and saw a huge tail appear in the lake. It smashed onto the surface of the lake, causing waves to surge into the void and distort the void. Lu Yin felt that the voice sounded familiar and he kept searching for its source. Finally he found it. It was a fish that was speaking with its mouth wide open. The fish was so big that he couldn't even see its head. It opened its mouth and scolded, "Come on, Lord Fish wants to take you. Little bird, come on, Lord Fish is bored." Once again an angry eagle cry rang out from above his head. The divine eagle descended, its talons reaching into the lake in an attempt to catch the fish. However, the moment the divine eagle landed, the fish immediately dove into the bottom of the lake. Its speed was extremely fast and it was obvious that it had practiced this many times. The divine eagle failed to catch the fish, so it flew up into the boundless sky again. "Little bird, where are you? Lord Fish misses you. Come, Lord Fish likes to eat roasted birds and those two-legged beasts. Come, Lord Fish will teach you lock breaking and Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor." The eagle cried out angrily again, and it continued to dive into the lake to catch the fish, but it didn't succeed even once. The fish was slippery and the divine eagle was enraged. It tried to flip the lake over, but it was countered by an unknown force which made it even angrier. "Lord Fish wants to take Little Bird as a mount. And those two-legged beasts, hurry up and become mounts for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is in a good mood and I'll teach you a thing or two so that you can become supreme beings among your peers." It was shouting and yelling in an annoying manner, but the divine eagle couldn't do anything about it. Lu Yin was speechless. Although he couldn't see the fish's complete appearance, based on its voice and tone, it sounded like the despicable fish on top of Shiqi's head. That despicable fish must be its descendant. "Chu Yuan, you should know where this is," River Mavis spoke up, staring at Chu Yuan. He looked back at her. Chu Yuan replied, "The primogenitor's back garden. The divine eagle appeared and the ancestral Mang isn't far away. As for the fish below, I heard the primogenitor call it a worship fish." "So it's a worship fish. Rumor has it that the primogenitor used it to train the divine eagle." "No wonder," River Mavis muttered. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the lake once more. Legends had it that there were worship fish in the astral tree, but in his opinion it was more like a despicable fish. The main hall shook and everyone was surprised. Time had shortened and every time the statue appeared in space-time, it would take longer than this time. The statue crazily devoured the astral sources in everyone's bodies before disappearing from the lake and reappearing in space-time. Just as everyone thought that it would be the same as the previous few times, an unforeseen event occurred. The astral source that the statue had been devouring suddenly stopped, and then it was suddenly released, surging into everyone's bodies. Lu Yin subconsciously activated his serious art and looked at the statue strangely. How could it be so fast? Before he could think further, the main hall shook again. Everyone was shocked. They had arrived in a new space-time so quickly? Outside the main hall, there was a bright flash of light as a huge tree covered in glowing fruits swayed on the verge of collapse. A giant figure stood next to the tree, punching out repeatedly. Luo Mavis was shocked. Divine tree. She wanted to rush out, but she was forced back by the isolating force. Then the main hall shook and reappeared in space-time. Less than 2 seconds later, the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured once more. Luo Mavis' face went pale. She had just seen the Mavis family's divine tree being attacked by a giant. She had never seen such a giant before, and it was rumored that giants were created by the third mainland's Dao Lord. Could the destruction of the second mainland be related to the giants? Before anyone could react, the astral sources surged into their bodies once more. Then the main hall shook again and they saw someone stirring up the astral river. This was the fifth mainland, and the astral river was ethereal like silk ribbons. However, they could not see the person's appearance. The main hall continued to shake, and the frequency of the shaking increased as more and more images appeared. Sometimes it was a battlefield, sometimes it was a silent starry sky, sometimes it was a wedding, and sometimes it was directly facing the mother tree. Images flashed by continuously and no one could see them clearly. Lu Yin stared at the outside world and everything he saw was history. He saw fragments of the history of the various mainlands, powerhouses fiddling with the stars, and also the Above Heaven sect. He had never thought that he would be able to see the Above Heaven sect one day. The mother tree supported the heavens and there were 6 mainlands surrounding it. The main hall appeared outside of one of the mainlands, and he saw a pillar that supported the mother tree from afar. He also saw the Daoist sect atop the pillar, which looked like an imperial palace. He also saw the myriad races paying homage, and he saw humanity's golden age. This was not something that he had recognized but rather Ling Qing. He had said that this was the Above Heaven sect, and at that moment humanity had become the center of the universe. Every progenitor and powerful half-progenitor had represented humanity's prosperity and prosperity. Lu Yin saw that this was what humans should look like. This was what humans should look like. Ever since Hen Xian and the other ancient powerhouses had appeared, they had constantly mentioned the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin's impression of it had deepened. At this moment, this impression had been carved into his bones, because he had truly seen the grandeur of the Above Heaven sect. The Eternals were nothing more than monsters and astral beasts could be enslaved. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had last felt such excitement. No wonder Sky Salon had said that she wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect, and no wonder Zhou Xian had dreamed of doing so. At this moment, Lu Yin also wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect and place the 5th pagoda within it to enlighten and pass down human civilization. Ever since Drift Charge Planet had become white meat, he had not felt such boundless ambition in a very long time. The constant devouring and release of the astral source caused the main hall to constantly switch between different space-time scenes. It was obvious that something had changed, and Lu Yin and the others panicked, as they were afraid that they would be thrown into an ancient space-time. Ling Qing, Chu Yuan and the others did not mind, as they were eager to return to the era of the Above Heaven sect. To them, this time travel was like a vacation, and no matter what the process was, it was fine as long as they returned to the Above Heaven sect. The god of Forgotten Ruins made her move, as she did not know what changes would occur in the main hall. Since there would be changes, she might as well make her move first as long as she could obtain the sword. The dark red current transformed into a giant wolf head that tried to devour Ling Qing and the others. At the same time, she waved her right hand and unleashed the heavenly blade of the 4 ultimates. Ling Qing's body transformed into a blade that swept past the wolf head and slashed at the god of Forgotten Ruins. When she collided with the heavenly blade, her body was pushed back. The astral source in her body was constantly changing, and she could not maintain her battle strength. The moment she transformed into a blade, she was extremely powerful, but the moment she collided with the wolf head, she weakened. Otherwise, she would not have been pushed back by the god of Forgotten Ruins' heavenly blade. The god of Forgotten Ruins raised her hand and unleashed the 4 ultimates, Pearl Luo. The god of Forgotten Ruins had not used the Wang family's 4 ultimates before, but now she suddenly used it and sealed Ling Qing's use of the blade. Pearl Luo could seal an opponent's ability, and it was extremely terrifying. Without the use of the blade, Ling Qing's strength dropped again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the god of Forgotten Ruins swept past Ling Qing and rushed towards the statue. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian subconsciously tried to stop her, but they were sent flying by the art of forgetfulness. Lan Xian was especially so, as she was pushed into the second floor of the main hall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between her and the god of forgotten ruins was too great. Zhou Yao was the only half-ancestor in the sixth mainland who was close to the progenitor realm, but when faced with the god of forgotten ruins who used the power of the everlasting tribe, he was also weak without his astral source. Previously, the god of forgotten ruins had been wary of space-time travel, so she did not make a move. Now she did not care and used her invincible strength to crush the three half-ancestors. Only Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were left around the statue, and the two of them could not stop the god of forgotten ruins. On the second floor of the main hall, Lu Yin looked up and saw the god of forgotten ruins approaching the statue. He leaped up and blocked the statue's path, activating his serious art to frantically devour the astral source. The astral source gushed out from the statue and rushed into everyone's bodies. As Lu Yin used his serious art to absorb it, the astral source in that area increased dramatically. If the god of forgotten ruins wanted to snatch the statue, she could only rush into Lu Yin's serious art. Lu Yin seemed to be planning to use serious art to absorb the astral source into the god of forgotten ruins' body and cause her to explode. Unfortunately, this was just a dream. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan would explode, but the god of forgotten ruins would not. If the god of forgotten ruins exploded, then so would Lu Yin. Naive. The god of forgotten ruins slapped at Lu Yin. Her attack was not heavy as she did not want to kill him. Lu Yin took out the egg and hid inside before taking out a needle and stabbing it at the god of forgotten ruins. Chapter 2071. The Forgotten Ruins deity saw the needle and instinctively dodged it. Even though he had never experienced the power of the needle, Lu Yin clearly did not take it out for show. The direction of his palm was changed by the needle. Lu Yin was delighted and he used the secret art to transfer the needle to Leng Qing. Stab her with this. He had used this move to deal with Wang Xi before. He had upgraded the needle and could break through the inner world of a half-martial ancestor. Even when the god of forgetfulness attacked them, his inner world was useless. There was a thump as the Forgotten Ruins deity slapped the egg, sending Lu Yin flying. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the attack wasn't too powerful and the egg could withstand it. He turned around and saw that the statue wasn't too far away from him. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think that the astral source could blow up the god of oblivion. He had already calculated the direction that he would rush out from and the direction that the god of oblivion would attack. He wanted to use the god of oblivion's attack to get close to the statue. He also wanted to snatch the sword. The god of oblivion might not hit him towards the statue, but the needle would come in handy. He used the needle to forcefully change the direction of the god of oblivion's palm, and eventually he would still get close to the statue. Now that the stellar sources were constantly being devoured and released, the planned secret word and the Great Shift formation were no longer reliable. He might as well borrow the power of the god of oblivion ruins. The god of forgotten ruins frowned as she had actually been used. If it had been anyone else, even if a half-progenitor had taken out a needle, she might not have had any misgivings, but Lu Yin was different. This person was prepared for everything. Leng Qing took the needle. He did not care much about it at first, but he subconsciously exerted some force, only to find that he could not damage the needle in the slightest. The strength of the needle was about the same as his blade, and now that his usage of the blade had been sealed by the Forgotten Ruins deity, he might as well not use it. When he saw that the Forgotten Ruins deity had sent Lu Yin flying with a palm strike, he picked up the needle and stabbed it. On the other side, Lu Yin had been sent flying close to the statue, but he didn't hesitate to charge towards it. Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin and wanted to stop him, but suddenly the surrounding stars revolved and astral source surged into Lu Yin's body. Chu Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. The reason why the astral source could not explode the god of Forgotten Ruins was because the god of Forgotten Ruins was a half-martial ancestor. However, the god of Forgotten Ruins was different. With his cultivation level, the speed at which he absorbed the astral source would allow him to undergo tribulation in the blink of an eye. It was the same for the River Mavis. With Sirius's help, none of them dared to approach Lu Yin. Lu Yin was now the closest person to the statue and he was almost within reach. Now he could clearly see every detail of the statue, even the fine veins on the statue. He had originally intended to store the statue in his cosmic ring, but just as he raised his hand he felt a sense of foreboding as if he had forgotten something. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Yuan from the corner of his eye and saw the mockery in his eyes. Not long after Chu Yuan had awakened, he had directly come to the Daoist sect's ruins and found the main hall. He had also recognized that there was a sword within the statue, and it was obvious that Chu Yuan was very familiar with it. Now that Lu Yin was about to obtain the statue, Chu Yuan had a strange look in his eyes. Something was wrong, very wrong. Lu Yin looked at the statue that was right in front of him. This was a primogenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. How could such a person's statue be taken away so easily? No matter what, the creator of this statue should not be allowed to be desecrated. There was a problem. Lu Yin maintained his posture of grabbing the statue without moving. Chu Yuan's expression changed and he actually stopped. There was a loud boom as a berserk energy swept out. Lu Yin was sent flying before he could even react, and even his egg was shattered. Eggs could withstand attacks that were roughly on the same level as the second Night King, but the Forgotten Ruins deity's attack was not weak. Not only did it shatter the egg, but the shockwaves also injured Lu Yin and sent him crashing into a pillar in the main hall. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and his organs were in intense pain. He could not control the blood in his body as he coughed it out. He looked up and saw the Forgotten Ruins deity. At the same time he had heavily injured Ling Qing and the 9 luminaries. He then took a step towards the statue. At this moment, the main hall was constantly shuttling through space-time and switching between different scenes. It moved faster and faster and all sorts of lights flashed continuously. Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity as she raised her hand to grab the statue. She was getting closer and closer. Crack! There was a shattering sound and everyone watched as the statue shattered. A hazy halo spread out from within the statue and illuminated the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity excitedly stared at the statue. He saw the sword hilt in the blade. This was one of the 6 swords that the primogenitor had worn and it was now hers. She reached into the statue and was about to grab the hilt. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her hand that had reached into the hilt turned into motes of light that then spread to her entire body. Everyone else was shocked. What was going on? The Forgotten Ruins deity was slowly disappearing, starting from her arm. She was shocked and immediately cut off her arm, but her body continued to dissipate into motes of light. It was beautiful like a firefly, but this scene was also horrifying. Everyone watched in a daze as the Forgotten Ruins deity's body slowly dissipated. The Forgotten Ruins deity did not feel any pain. She tried to stop it, but she could not even move a single step. It started from her arm, then her legs, then her body, and finally only her head remained. The Forgotten Ruins deity closed her eyes. This is the power of time. As soon as she finished speaking, her body completely disappeared as if she had never existed. Was she dead or what? No one knew. Lu Yin was shocked. The power of time? It was so calm and beautiful, but it was also so terrifying. The statue continued to shatter and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Everyone watched as an ordinary-looking sword floated in the air. The sword was very ordinary, not much different from the ones worn by ordinary cultivators. It was not as exquisite as Lu Huang's sword, and it even looked a little rusty. The blade was not sharp and was very thin, as if it could be easily broken. However, this sword actually contained the power of time and caused the Forgotten Ruins deity to disappear in the blink of an eye. This was the primogenitor's sword, and the Forgotten Ruins deity had desperately tried to obtain it. It contained the power of time. At this moment the sword was right there, but no one dared to move it. Lu Yin did not dare either, and he was glad that he had been vigilant. Otherwise he would have been the one to disappear. The light outside the main hall continued to flicker, and various images of space-time appeared, but no one paid attention to them. Everyone was staring at the sword. Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. Your turn. Zhou Xian and Ling Qing also looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's goal had always been this sword, and he should have a way. He was not surprised that the Forgotten Ruins deity had disappeared, so he might know. However, Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to try? You go first, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan laughed. If I get it, then it's mine. This sword belongs to the primogenitor, and it contains the power of time. Don't regret it if you don't try. Luo Mavis looked down on him. Don't try to trick him. We're not stupid, and we all saw what happened to the Forgotten Ruins deity. Who would dare try? You're dreaming if you want to use this to kill someone. As a cultivator, you don't even have the spirit to take risks. You're destined to never reach the peak, Chu Yuan mocked. His eyes narrowed. Don't worry, as long as you get it, I'll snatch it from you. Chu Yuan did not mind and looked at the sword solemnly, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. It was obvious that he was panicking. He knew that taking the sword would be courting death, but he could only guess. If he failed, then his fate would not be any better than the Forgotten Ruins deities. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Luo Mavis mocked. What, you don't dare to take it? You found this place yourself, but you don't dare to take it? What a joke. Chu Yuan ignored her, but at that moment the main hall started to crack. Behind him, the pillar that he had knocked down earlier was also cracking. Zhu Yao was shocked. It's going to collapse. Luo Mavis felt her scalp go numb. Once the main hall collapsed, they would fall into the river of time, and whether or not they would survive would be a problem. Even if they did, her face would turn pale when she thought about the collapse of the mainland and the battle in the Daoist sect. Hurry up and take us away from this broken place. Luo Mavis was no longer in the mood to joke around, and she shouted at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan frowned. Dust fell in front of him and the main hall shook even more violently. He took a deep breath and decided to go all out. He had to believe that dead fish. Under the gazes of everyone, Chu Yuan opened his mouth and spoke a hazy voice. It was like a thunderclap that exploded by the ears of everyone, and it caused the dark river of time outside the hall to seethe as if it possessed the mighty force to travel through space. As he spoke, the sword began to shake. Chu Yuan was delighted, it was useful. Across from him, Lu Yin blinked. Wasn't this the primogenitor's scripture? The primogenitor's scripture could be used to take the sword? As Chu Yuan recited the primogenitor's scripture, the sword shook even more violently and faintly approached him. Luo Mavis was unwilling to give up. Once Chu Yuan obtained the sword, he would be on a completely different level from her. However, if he didn't take it, they might not be able to survive. The saddest thing in life was to hope that your opponent would save you. Leng Qing sighed. If possible, he naturally didn't want to die either. This sword belonged to the primogenitor, so it was acceptable for Chu Yuan to have it. Everyone watched as the sword slowly floated up and was guided by Chu Yuan. At that moment, another faint voice sounded, and it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and stared blankly at Lu Yin reciting the primogenitor's scripture. He knew it too. Chu Yuan was shocked and stared at Lu Yin. This person knew the primogenitor's scripture too? How could he know everything? He didn't know that the Lu family also had the primogenitor's scripture, nor did he have the qualifications to know how many people it had been passed down. All he knew was that he wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin right now. This was the primogenitor's sword, the sword that suppressed the above heaven sect and possessed the power of time. Luo Mavis was speechless. This guy was really ruthless. Where did he even come from? Even she, a Dao disciple, didn't know how to do it. Only Chu Yuan, who had been received by the primogenitor, knew how to do it. Lu Yin recited the primogenitor's scripture and stared at the sword. He felt a connection with it as if he was really grabbing onto the hilt. He relied on the scripture to continuously guide the sword towards himself. So this was how to hold a sword. Right, the primogenitor's scripture. This name obviously belonged to the primogenitor, so it was only natural that one had to use the primogenitor's strength to take something that belonged to the primogenitor. You two hurry up. The main hall is about to collapse. Luo Mavis couldn't help but shout angrily. She was afraid that the main hall would collapse and she would die here, but she was also annoyed that these two were ignoring her and fighting over the sword. Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan as well. They looked at each other and saw the coldness and killing intent in each other's eyes. They both hoped that the other would let go, but how could they do so at a time like this? Leng Qing looked at Lu Yin. The sword should belong to the Dao disciple. Let go immediately. Chapter 2072. Lu Yin frowned. This person was from the above heaven era, so it was normal for him to help Chu Yuan, but it would be troublesome if he attacked Lu Yin. No one here would help Lu Yin. Didn't you hear me? Release him immediately. Leng Qing barked as he threw the needle at Lu Yin's shoulder. He wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to disrupt his struggle for the sword. The three mysterious ancient sounds rang out, and the needle's trajectory was shifted to the pillar. Lan Xian moved to block Leng Qing and whispered to Lu Yin, "You owe me another favor." Lu Yin was puzzled as he hadn't expected her to help him. 9 lights stared at her. This is their business. Go back. Lan Xian hugged Xianxia. I want the Lu family's blood, especially this Lu Yin's. 9 lights frowned as he still couldn't understand what she wanted his blood for. Isn't there some on the pillar? Luo Mavis asked. Lan Xian was stunned and subconsciously looked at the pillar. Sure enough, Lu Yin had spat out quite a bit of blood after being hit by the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin's face twitched. This woman. Lan Xian had no reason to help him, so she waved her hand and the blood on the pillar flew towards her. Lu Yin grew anxious as Lan Xian had failed multiple times to get his blood, but she still hadn't given up. It was obvious that his blood was very useful to her, and only the heavens knew what she wanted. It would be troublesome if she had the ability to control enemies through blood. Undying Yushan was already a cause for alarm, but if Lan Xian joined in as well, just thinking about it gave him a headache. Lu Yin no longer held back and sped up his recitation of the primogenitor's scripture. The scripture was very difficult to memorize, and even with his current abilities he could only recite half of it at most. Moreover, he had to take his time. Now that he had sped up, Chu Yuan couldn't keep up and he grew anxious as well. In that instant the sword shook even more violently. The moment Lan Xian took Lu Yin's blood, the 2 scriptures fought for supremacy. The swords suddenly became parallel and spun wildly as if they had malfunctioned. Everyone looked on, unable to understand what was happening. Chu Yuan and Lu Yin didn't understand either, as they felt the sword break free from their control. Suddenly the tip of the sword stopped, aimed at Lu Yin and stabbed forward. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What the hell? No one had expected this to happen. No one had been able to stop the sword from stabbing out, and even Lu Yin himself had not been able to react in time. The sword pierced Lu Yin's heart, and he felt an intense pain sweep through his nerves. His vision went black and he lost consciousness. At the same time, the main hall shattered as a massive suction force flung everyone out. Together with the main hall's ruins, they vanished into the river of space-time. The dim current washed the beach, and from time to time a few strange fish were brought out, struggling to jump back into the river. A hand suddenly descended and grabbed the strange fish. There's food. I finally caught one. The person who spoke was a man in tattered clothes. His body was covered in mud and he looked as if he had just crawled out of a swamp. He was very excited as he held the fish in his hand. His words attracted many envious gazes from the surrounding people. This was a very, very long beach. In the distance, the stars all fell on the beach and the river water was endless. There were stars above and there were also stars behind the beach. This beach was located in the starry sky. Countless wooden houses stretched across the mudflat with no end in sight. From time to time, people would walk out of the wooden houses and look longingly into the river, hoping to catch something. Old Black, how many did you catch? Someone shouted. The dirty man who had caught the fish was very pleased. 3. Not bad, you're not afraid of death. Many people have been dragged into the river and eaten over the past few days. The surveillance is stricter and no one is allowed to approach the Star River at this time. What's there to be afraid of? The surveillance is just for show. They don't care if we live or die. Besides, if we really get close to the Star River, they won't dare to chase after us. Be careful, don't die. Human lives are worthless these days. Old Black grinned and held the 3 fish tightly as he ran towards the depths of the beach. There were many wooden houses on the beach and they were arranged in a messy manner. Old Black zigzagged his way to a wooden house and knocked on the door softly. Who is it? A hoarse voice asked cautiously. Old Black whispered, It's me. What is it? The hoarse voice relaxed a little, but he didn't open the door. Old Black licked his lips. I caught 3 fish by the Star River. Do you want them? The house was silent for a while. You're willing to give them to me? Of course, as long as you follow me, I'll give you all 3 fish, Old Black whispered. Frem. The hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black snorted. Don't be ungrateful. Without me protecting you, you won't be able to survive in the Star River with your unstable battle force, let alone mine pyrolite. If you eat these fish regularly, they'll definitely stabilize your battle force and even help you recover from your injuries. As long as you follow me, you'll have all of these. Scram! The hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black turned around and left. You're so ugly. Who else would want you aside from me? Just wait to die in the Star River. Inside the wooden house, a figure sat in the corner. His face couldn't be seen, but his eyes were very beautiful. As the stars rotated, a silver light swept across the beach and towards the wooden house. The figure hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at the silver light. When the silver light moved away, the figure turned to look at the other corner of the wooden house. There was a tattered bed made of hardened sand. A person was lying on the bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was a sword in his chest, and he just lay there like that. The figure kept staring at the person on the bed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bright stars rose from the other side of the beach, illuminating the Star River and the countless old wooden houses on the beach. The figure stared at the person on the bed for an entire night. When the light outside shone, he coughed a few times and walked out of the wooden house. When the light outside dimmed, a day had passed. The figure returned to the wooden house and sat in the corner, staring blankly at the person on the bed again. After some time there was a knock on the door. "Have you thought it through? I caught another fish today. Including the 3 from yesterday, that's a total of 4 fish. Even the supervisor is jealous. I'll give them all to you. What do you think?" The figure curled up and said in a weak voice, "Scram. Stupid woman, you're disfigured and you're still pretending to be virtuous. In the past, even if you caught 40 fish, I wouldn't be able to touch you. But now you're just an ugly woman, an ugly monster who doesn't even care about trash. What's there to be virtuous about? Think it through. If you're alive, there's still hope, but if you're dead, there's nothing. Don't expect anyone to take you away. Those people can't even protect themselves." The figure didn't seem to hear him and continued to stare blankly at the bed. The next day, the 3rd day, the 4th day. Time passed and the figure stayed like that for 1 day. She looked at the person on the bed as if she could bring him back to life. 10 days later, on the beach, the people living in the wooden houses all lined up to hand in something. In the distance, a young man crossed his arms and looked at those people with disgust. "Uncle Jiang, when can we get out of this predicament?" The young man asked in a displeased tone. He was Xianxia, Xia Yi's illegitimate son. His life had been rough. As Xia Yi's illegitimate son, he had never entered the Summer Blade continent and had been abandoned by Xia Yi. It was only after Xia Juyo had killed all of Xia Yi's other sons that he had been remembered. However, Xia Yi still didn't care about him. After Nan Yuan had stepped down from the Board of Governors, the Xia family had been left with no one. Only then did Xia Yi remember this illegitimate son and throw him into the Board of Governors to represent the 7 courts. That period had been the peak of Xiaosheng's life, and he had come into contact with many important figures. He had even been qualified to speak with Alliance Master Lu, who had unified the innerverse and outerverse. He had truly seen the light and was full of ambition. He had planned to use his position as a board of governors to establish his own power and expand his influence. However, with the great changes in the universe, Ancestor Xiaji had followed the people of the cosmic tree, and the 7 courts had completely fallen apart. The Board of Governors only existed in name, and he had been forced to return to the Xia family. Now things had changed and he could only stay in this trash place. "Young master, lower your voice. Don't let the family head hear you," Uncle Jiang warned in a low voice. Xiaoxing disdainfully shook his head. Family head. Xia Yi had long since ceased to be the family head. Now the Xia family could only be managed by Ancestor Xiaji. Xia Yi was in charge of the entire shoal, and he had only come here because of Xia Yi. Sometimes he would think that it would be great if he wasn't Xia Yi's son, but rather Ancestor Xiaji's illegitimate son. Of course, this was just a thought. The most unfortunate thing was that the Board of Governors was gone, or else he wouldn't have ended up like this. The authority that had replaced the Board of Governors wasn't something that someone like him could enter. Even his cheap father, Xia Yi, wasn't qualified. "Why is there so little?" A stern voice shouted. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang looked over. They saw a person wrapped in black cloth bending over, coughing and speaking in a hoarse voice. I'll do my best. Do your best. This month is almost up. If there's still so little, I'll throw you to the front lines." The black-clothed person nodded repeatedly. Xiaxing frowned. "Don't bring someone like her to fill the numbers. She's clearly injured and her battle force isn't stable. There's no way she can harvest pyrolite. It's a waste of energy." "Yes, young master. Throw her to the front lines after this month," Uncle Jiang said. Another day passed. When the starlight dimmed, Everyone subconsciously left the shoal and returned to the wooden houses. Only a few people stayed by the Star River, staring at the river with bloodshot eyes. The black-clothed person walked towards the wooden house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Many people looked over and saw a person's body split into two on the beach by the Milky Way. Blood stained the ground and even the water of the Milky Way around it. The blood spread in all directions. This scene made the people who had planned to stay on the shoal to catch fish tremble in fear. They subconsciously retreated a lot. Big Black was among them. He had been lucky these few days and had caught a few fish, but it was still a little short of what he had expected. Seeing someone being bitten to death, not only was he not afraid but he was even more ferocious. All he could think about was that woman. He wanted her. Although she was ugly now, she used to be brilliant. She was his dream and no matter what he had to get her once. Chapter 2073. In the sky, a dim silver light illuminated the beach, as well as the woman wrapped in a black cloth in the wooden house. Although there weren't many women on the beach, there were still some. Some had stable battle chi and could collect venomous fish, while others relied on men. However, she was different from those women. Her injuries caused her battle chi to be unstable, and her appearance made all men avoid her. Only Big Black was an exception. Dong dong dong, it's me. I caught 2 more fish, Big Black's voice sounded. It was full of exhaustion as it panted continuously. The woman wrapped in a black cloth was shocked. The beach tonight was especially dangerous because if someone died, the smell of blood would attract powerful creatures from the Star River. Therefore, if someone died, no one would dare to catch fish at night for at least 3 days. This Big Black was quite ruthless. For you, I collected 5 fish. These fish were specially bred by the sect master of the 3 ultimate gates in this part of the Star River. It's said that they come from very ancient times and can stabilize one's battle chi and recover from injuries. Only those who collect the most venomous fish will be rewarded. I caught 5 for you and almost lost my life. You should give me an explanation, Big Black growled. The woman's voice became hoarse. I didn't ask you to catch them. You can eat them yourself. Scram. Big Black was furious. It pushed the wooden door open and stared fiercely at the woman. I've had enough. Ever since I recognized you, I've been helping you. If the mission isn't enough, I'll help you. If you're injured, I'll go catch fish. If someone hurts you, I'll protect you, but you're still like this. What's there to be proud of? You're ugly now and no one wants to look at you. Your voice is ruined and your sect is gone. Who will help you? Other than me, you won't be able to find anyone to rely on. As he spoke, Blackie noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a person lying on the bed with a sword in his chest. Blackie was shocked. Isn't this the person who came here from the Astral River not long ago? The woman quickly blocked the bed and stared at Big Black with her beautiful eyes. Scram scram. Big Black smiled sinisterly. So that's how it is. That brat didn't die, right? You like him? He didn't die even with a sword in his chest. Do you know him? I'd like to see who he is. It pushed the woman aside and walked to the bed by the window. The woman panicked and slapped Dahe with her palm. Dahe dodged subconsciously, only to find that the woman's palm had no battle chi at all. He heaved a sigh of relief. This woman used to be very strong. At least he was no match for her. Fortunately, her battle chi was unstable. Otherwise, this palm would have killed him. You want to kill me for Xiao Bai's face? I'm definitely going to get you today. Big Black roared furiously before pouncing towards the woman. The people in the surrounding wooden houses heard it, but no one cared. Big Black was quite powerful in this area, and as long as the supervisor didn't appear, no one would stop him. Seeing Big Black pounce over, the woman panicked and once again struck out with her palm. This time, her palm was covered with a purple light, and it viciously slammed into Big Black's shoulder. Blackie's right shoulder was split open by the palm strike, and it howled in anguish as it retreated. It stared at the woman in horror. 4-lined battle force. 4-lined battle force was very rare in the tidal flats. As long as one cultivated battle force, they would be able to gather pyrolite here. However, those who had attained 4-line battle force would not be here. Instead, they would be taken to other places. If the woman's battle force was stable, none of the clam collectors on the beach would be a match for her. Unfortunately, her battle force was unstable, and she could only occasionally erupt with 4-lined power. Big Black gritted its teeth and stared at the woman. Scram! The woman shouted. As she spoke, the purple light in her hand began to fade. Her eyes were filled with apprehension as she could no longer maintain her battle force. Big Black sneered. You want me to scram and even want to kill me? I'll let this Xiao Bai's face die first. He then turned around and looked at the person lying on the bed. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. At the same time, he clearly saw the person's appearance. In that instant, Big Black's pupils shrank as if he had seen something inconceivable. This face, this person, who was he? Big Black didn't have much time to think. Starting from his arm, his body turned into motes of light and slowly disappeared. Big Black was overwhelmed with shock as he watched his body disappear. He looked at the person on the bed with a helpless and fearful gaze. What was going on? Not too far away, the woman wrapped in black cloth watched this scene in shock. She watched as Big Black gradually disappeared without a trace. Her gaze fell on the sword, which had fallen to the side of the bed. It had been pulled out by Big Black. Although he had died, he had successfully pulled the sword out. Lu Yin had a dream that his heart had been pierced by a sword. To be honest, at his level of cultivation, being pierced through the heart was no big deal. As long as his body and head weren't destroyed, he could recover. However, for some reason he couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Had he really been pierced through? Even so, why was there only pain? His consciousness was clear. He was conscious, but he couldn't open his eyes or move. What was strange was that his body could still feel something. Was this a dream? Or was it something else? He kept wondering if he was dreaming. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest again. He sat up abruptly and saw a dark and damp wooden house. Not far away, there was a person with beautiful and familiar eyes. Inside the wooden house, the woman wrapped in black cloth stared blankly at the person who had sat up. Her gaze was complicated and filled with surprise. This person was Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the person wrapped in black cloth. This person's cultivation was very weak and he was also heavily injured. Who are you? Where is this? As he spoke, he saw the sword on the side of the bed and grabbed it. Don't touch it. The woman hurriedly stopped him. She had seen Big Black disappear after touching the sword's hilt, leaving nothing behind. Lu Yin was confused. This is mine. Why can't I touch it? This sword was one of the 6 swords that the progenitor carried and he had stolen it. However, he remembered that this sword had been aimed at him in the main hall. When he thought of this, he looked down and saw that there were still traces of blood flowing from his chest. Sure enough, he had been stabbed. He was at a loss. How had he been stabbed? Could it be that he and Chu Yuan had both memorized the progenitor's scripture and confused the sword? That wasn't impossible. Wait, Lu Yin's expression changed. How could his strength be like this? Originally, the power within Lu Yin's body was clearly divided. There was a black and white fog at his chest that was blocked by the fates, and there were 3 astral cyclones within the 3 stages, and there was another astral cyclone between his heart and the 3 stages. This was the distribution of his power. Now, however, not only was there a black and white fog at his heart, but there were also strange specks of stars. Originally, the fates had blocked the black and white fog and the astral cyclone, but now the remaining astral sources within the astral cyclone were gradually filling the air, mixing with the black and white fog and the specks of stars. Lu Yin stared at his heart in a daze. How could this be? What had this sword done to him? His strength had changed. Fortunately, the 4 astral cyclones were still there, but the remaining astral sources within the cyclones were being pulled towards his heart. More importantly, the fates seemed to have shrunk and there was a point in the middle. A spot, that spot, could it have been pierced by a sword? Lu Yin looked at the tip of the sword and touched his chest. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the sword had indeed pierced his heart, but the tip had been blocked by the fates. Furthermore, the fates had begun to disintegrate. Could fates be disintegrated? He had never thought about it before. It wasn't even a material. No, it could be a material. What was going on? From the looks of it, the power within his body was in complete chaos. The death chi, the astral sources and even the fates seemed to have formed a strange power. The question was, how was he supposed to use it? Lu Yin wanted to mobilize these powers and separate them, but the chaotic power refused to budge. The death chi was holding back the astral sources, and the astral sources were also covering the death chi. This meant that he couldn't use the death chi. The astral sources within the astral cyclones could be used, but there seemed to be no astral sources outside to replenish them. Lu Yin was only left with his battle force and the scripture of Ian evolution. Is the astral sources still being devoured? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the girl wrapped in black cloth. She nodded. Yes. No one can replenish my star energy and I can't use any star energy battle techniques. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Lu Yin sighed. How did you become like this? Xiyu. The girl trembled and lowered her head to look at the ground. She clenched her fists in pain, her nails digging into her palms and dripping blood. This girl was Xiyu, once the brightest star of the Innerverse. He took out the medicine he had upgraded from Shamrock Enterprises and got off the bed. It's very effective, it can heal your injuries. Xiyu stared blankly at the ground and hugged her knees helplessly. She lowered her head and didn't take the medicine, nor did she speak. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. Xiyu was a superstar of the Soul Dream tribe. When he had first joined Astral 10, she had already been the hottest star in the Innerverse. She had countless suitors and a single word from her could drown him in spit. Her voice was ethereal and graceful, and he had even argued with her. Later on, the Soul Dream tribe had joined the Great Eastern Alliance and she could be considered one of his cultivators. I don't know what happened to you, but if you're willing to tell me, Lu Yin said. Xiyu was silent for a long time. Silver light shone in the sky once more and her eyes were filled with tears. It's been 20 years since you disappeared. 20 years. Wait, Lu Yin was stunned and looked at her in shock. What did you say? 20 years. Xiyu nodded. Yes, 20 years. Lu Yin frowned. Since when? The ruins of the Daoist sect have appeared. Lu Yin gulped. 20 years had passed and he had only just traveled through time. Even if he counted the time he couldn't move, it had only been a month. But had 20 years passed in the outside world? It was the sword's power that had thrown him into the river of time. Fortunately, it had only been 20 years. If it had been 200, 2,000 or even 20,000 years, then things would have changed. How did the outside world determine that I'm dead? Lu Yin was puzzled. Even if 20 years had passed, he shouldn't have been considered dead. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xiyu replied, Daozi Chuyuan he Luo Mavis and even the Blood Sky sect's half-ancestor confirmed your death. Thank you. Caramel Roddy. Can't sleep enough. Book friend 57651350. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Chapter 2074. Chuyuan and the rest are back? Lu Yin asked. Xiyu replied softly, I don't know. Ever since I came to the Astral River, I've lost track of news from the outside world. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. It seemed that Chuyuan and the rest had returned earlier than him. In the River of Time, a single mistake could take years or even decades. They were sure that he was dead because that sword had pierced through his chest. Please tell me about the current situation, Lu Yin said. Xiyu pursed her lips and slowly told him everything that she knew about the Fifth Mainland over the past 20 years. Lu Yin listened quietly. These 20 years had been a time of great change for the Fifth Mainland, bringing both danger and opportunity. The silver light was gradually replaced by the glaring sunlight, signaling the beginning of a new day. Inside the wooden house, Xiyu swallowed some medicine and her injuries healed at a visible rate. Even her battle force stabilized, but the scars on her face remained the same. Why didn't you restore your appearance? Lu Yin was curious. Xiyu's voice was no longer hoarse. I'll restore my appearance when I avenge my people. If you want to avenge your people, why don't you look for the Lu Tianmen sect? Lu Yin asked. According to Xiyu, the Great Eastern Alliance was the current Lu Tianmen sect. The Soul Dream tribe had also joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so the Lu Tianmen sect should be the one to take revenge. Xiyu's tone was gloomy. This isn't an era where you can take revenge just because you want to. The half-step ancestors have divided the Heaven's Gate to deal with the Eternals, and internal strife is not allowed on the surface. The Heaven's Gate doesn't care about a nobody like me, and it's also impossible for the other Heaven's Gates to attack us because of the Soul Dream tribe. Soul Dream tribe? Who's your enemy? Lu Yin was puzzled. From what Xiyu said, her enemy must be someone important, and the Lu Tianmen sect could easily cause chaos if they acted. Xiyu didn't elaborate and looked at Lu Yin. What do you plan to do? Lu Yin gripped his sword tightly. 20 years was a short time, but the changes were too great. Just like when he had unified the Innerverse and Outerverse, the Fifth Mainland had also undergone great changes in that short time. In other words, The fifth mainland had changed over the past 40 years because of him, those ancient powerhouses and the everlasting tribe. Is there any way to contact the outside world? Lu Yin asked. Xiu said, right now we can only rely on wireless goo to communicate with the outside world. We can get the wireless goo, but we need to find the other wireless goo ourselves. Lu Yin understood that it was just like a gadget. Without finding the other person's contact information, two people would not be able to contact each other. He originally had wireless goo, but before his closed cultivation he had given it to Lu Bujing and the rest to keep in contact with Old Chan. He did not have any other wireless goo on him. You're leaving? Xiu asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I'll stay here for now. Xiu didn't understand why he was here, but she didn't ask any further. This person was clearly dead and yet he had reappeared. Who knew what he would bring? It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to leave, but the power in his body was very strange. He didn't have enough astral sources to replenish it and he couldn't use death qi. It would be troublesome if he ran into an expert. Furthermore, 20 years had passed and according to Xiu, there was a battle with the Eternals on the outside, while the other half-ancestors were divided internally. It would be fine if Kuei Luo and the others found him first, but he didn't know what would happen if the other half-ancestors found him, especially Stui. In Xiu's understanding of the situation was that the fifth mainland had formed a complete system of resistance against the Eternals. There were many half-ancestors among the humans, but because they lacked astral sources, Old Chan and the others' strength had been greatly reduced. They did not attack unless necessary and relied more on Xianxia and Zhu Yi. These ancient powerhouses had recovered the title of Above the Heavens and united the humans of the fifth mainland. They wanted to rebuild the Above the Heavens and restore the 12 heavenly gates. For example, Xianxia was the leader of the three ultimates heavenly gate. The entire sect had several half-ancestors, the Xia family and many other powers. Zhu Yi had also restored the undying heaven gate, and the specters had openly joined them, becoming the orthodox inheritor of the death god's inheritance. The sixth mainland had established the blood heaven gate mainly because of the blood ancestor. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators belonged to the blood heaven gate. Old Chan, supreme sage heavenly master, and the other half-ancestors of the fifth mainland had established the glory heaven gate. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo had also established a heaven gate called the heavenly gate of Lu. Currently, the humans of the fifth mainland were under the control of these heavenly gates. They used source box arrays to teleport and support each other. They also used battle force, domains, spiritual force and death qi to fight against the Eternals. Not only that, but the greatest change in this era was microray technology and pyrolite. Lu Yin had never expected that pyrolite would be mined from the astral river. This substance had caused the innerverse and outerverse to fight over it, and if not for the fact that there was so little of it, it would have attracted the neoverse as well. A single gram of pyrolite could explode with a destructive power level of 10,000, and there was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of all. Pyrolite had been mined and used in microarray technology, which had become the greatest symbol of the past 20 years. The humans had mastered a new weapon that used microarray technology as its foundation and pyrolite as its raw material. Even a normal person could use this weapon to kill an explorer. This was the new weapon that the humans relied on to deal with the Eternals. Along with this weapon, Xianxia's name spread throughout the universe. The leader of the three ultimates heavenly gate had taken control of the Aurora Corporation and forcefully taken control of microarray technology. He stood at the forefront of this era and became the leader of humanity. All of this should have belonged to Lu Yin. At this moment, the area they were in belonged to the three ultimates heavenly gate. Lu Yin exhaled. Xianxia. This person had been able to climb all the way from a normal person to the position of sect master of the Elysium. It was not without reason that he had been highly regarded by ancient path master. The first time they had met, Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had been able to tell that Lu Yin could make the decisions of those half-ancestors. Compared to Lu Bujing's headbutting, Xianxia knew how to use his brain. He had perseverance and knew how to use his brain. It was not surprising that this person had been able to reach this point. However, that was also because Lu Yin had disappeared for 20 years. If he had not disappeared, then it would have been impossible for Xianxia to steal microarray technology. Wang Wen, Wei Rong and the others did not know what had happened either. However, the three ultimates heavenly gate had the most half-ancestors, and because of Ni Huang and the others, they would definitely target the Lu Tianzong. In the face of absolute power, no matter how smart Wang Wen and the others were, they might not be able to withstand the pressure of the three ultimates' heavenly gate. Also, wasn't the Aurora Corporation supposed to be under the protection of Elder Gong? How had it been snatched away by Hen Xian? Lu Yin needed to wait for his strength to recover, but he also needed to obtain information from the outside world. Without anyone to contact, perhaps monitoring the tidal flats would be a way. She still knew too little. If you want to stay here, you'll have to gather pyrolite like us. However, you're too unfamiliar. The one guarding this place was the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi. He's very strong. Lu Yin was surprised. Xia Yi? Why is he here? He's the patriarch of the Xia family. Xiyu shook her head. I don't know. Lu Yin was not afraid of Xia Yi. With his third tribulation origin cultivation, he would not be afraid of even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, let alone Xia Yi. However, he could not use his full strength. He could use his physical strength to deal with Xia Yi, but if Xia Yi wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to catch him. How about this, you disguise yourself as Blackie? He just died and he's also here. No one will suspect anything, Xiyu said. Lu Yin was confused. Here? Where? He's dead, Xiyu said. Lu Yin looked around. He turned into specks of light and disappeared because of your sword, Xiyu said as she looked at the sword in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin understood. He touched the sword hilt? Xiyu nodded silently. Draw that person's face for me to see. No one will be able to see through my disguise, including Xia Yi, Lu Yin said. But then he suddenly remembered that he couldn't use his own death aura. How could he use his death face to disguise himself? He could only use normal methods to disguise himself, and Xia Yi might be able to see through it. Xiyu didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She couldn't use her astral source or star energy, so she could only draw on the ground. This is Blackie, one of the stronger pyrolite collectors. He's also very arrogant and good at currying favor. Don't be too low-key if you disguise yourself as him. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the Blackie on the ground, quickly completing the disguise. Why is he here? Lu Yin asked after he disguised himself as Blackie, looking at Xiyu strangely. Xiyu looked at Blackie in disgust and turned away. It's none of your business. Lu Yin felt strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. Outside, people walked out of their wooden houses and headed towards the astral river. Pyrolite could only be harvested during the day, as powerful creatures would devour flesh at night. Pyrolite is located at the bottom of the astral river. Back then, that hand tried to grab the Daoist sect's main hall, but it failed. In the end, the mine net was torn apart, and the resulting shockwaves caused the astral river to split open, revealing the pyrolite within. After being washed away by the river and guided by the various half-ancestors, the current tidal flats were formed, Xiyu explained as they walked. Lu Yin walked on the tidal flats. This wasn't ordinary sand but rather sand from the astral river. Looking around, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling impurities towards the tidal flats. The pyrolite is in the sand at the bottom of the astral river and can only be found with the naked eye. I know you've mined pyrolite before, but the pyrolite in the astral river is different from the one in the astral wilderness. It's more compressed and doesn't explode as easily. It also doesn't spread throughout the air, Xiyu explained in a low voice. You don't have any mining equipment? Lu Yin was surprised. Xiyu shook her head. No, you can only inspect each grain with your naked eye. Lu Yin looked at the astral river. They were only in one direction. According to Xiyu, they should be near the Northline flow zone's astral river. How much sand could be washed up by the entire astral river? It would be useless even if someone tried to inspect it for billions of years. Thump. Cultivators jumped into the astral river one after another. These cultivators originally cultivated star energy, but because the astral source universe had been devoured, they could only cultivate battle force. Some didn't succeed and were annihilated. At most they would become powerful ordinary people, but if they succeeded they would join the team that mined pyrolite. As long as they mined enough they could head to the Neoverse and climb up the ladder. Chapter 2075. 10 years ago there was a young man who was extremely lucky and had mined a large amount of pyrolite ore. He was promoted to join the E-Team's subsidiary battle team and was taught a powerful battle skill, becoming a person above all others. However, 10 years ago that young man was just an ordinary cultivator with no achievements. The fifth mainland had undergone great changes, and some people had seen despair while others had seen hope. Most of those who mined pyrolite here held on to hope, as this was one of the few places where they could come into contact with the upper echelons of the three ultimate sky gate. More importantly, the astral river was filled with large amounts of fish from ancient times. Even the most ordinary of these fish could strengthen one's body, and it was said that even envoys were envious of some of these fish, and anyone who caught one would be rich. Xiu had come here with this hope in mind. She hoped to enter the three ultimates Elysian Gate and obtain great power to avenge her clansmen. In the current universe, there was no way to replenish star energy. The greatest and easiest way to obtain power was battle force and domains. She had a foundation in battle force, so she naturally wanted to join the three ultimates Elysian Gate. This was her path. Unfortunately, if not for Lu Yin, she wouldn't even have been able to stay here and would have been sent to the front lines. That was one of the few places where the upper echelons of the Sky Gate were interested, but the mortality rate there was much higher than here. This was the safest place for anyone who cultivated battle force, and it was also the place where they had the highest chance of reaching the heavens in a single step. Lu Yin jumped into the astral river like everyone else. 20 years ago this would have been impossible as only enlighters dared to do so, and even then the odds were against them. Now with the astral river in chaos, more and more people dared to enter. The bottom of the astral river that Xiu had mentioned was just the beach, not the actual bottom of the astral river. Otherwise, these cultivators wouldn't have been able to enter. Lu Yin followed Xiu into the astral river, and their surroundings gradually cleared up. It was only 100 meters deep, and the deeper they went the clearer they could see. Xiu suddenly grabbed a small piece of sand that flowed past her and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Yin. If there's pyrolite, it's in the middle of this sand. It's easy to distinguish. Lu Yin accepted it, but it was too small, so he tossed it aside and activated his domain, spreading it out in all directions. His domain was extremely powerful, and it had been comparable to invisible lights back then. After returning from the astral tree domain, it had even surpassed invisible light's domain. In the current universe, even if Xian popularized battle force and domains, no one in his generation could surpass Lu Yin. Lu Yin's domain spread out in all directions. Xiu was startled. If you want to stay here, then it's best if you don't get discovered. You won't be here anymore once you're discovered. Lu Yin used his domain to collect a handful of gravel, but when he heard Xiu's question he asked, "Then where should we go?" "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not with us. In the eyes of the three ultimates, we're just tools for collecting pyrolite. Some of the battle force cultivators and domain cultivators have other places to go," Xiu said. As she spoke, she looked at the handful of gravel in front of Lu Yin, took it and began searching one by one. She did not expect Lu Yin to be able to collect the mantis either. He was destined not to stay here for long. Lu Yin watched as Xiu checked the gravel one by one. "With your stable 4-line battle force, you don't need to stay here for long." Xiu was startled. "That's right, my injuries have healed and my battle chi has stabilized. I really don't need to stay here for long." Her goal was to enter the three ultimate heavenly gates to learn higher levels of battle chi, not to gather pyrolite here. "How much is produced here every day?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Xiu replied, "Me. The target for this beach is 1 kilogram per month, which averages out to 0.1 grams per person. This is the actual result. The real test of our daily target is the gravel that is checked. Regardless of whether there's pyrolite or not, the gravel has to be marked with battle force to prevent repeated checks and wasting time. Our daily mission is to collect at least 500 gravel." Lu Yin felt awkward. He had just thrown a single gravel and that was a mission? However, if they could get 1 kilogram of pyrolite per month from this beach, it far surpassed planet pyrolite, and this was just one beach per month. He could imagine how much pyrolite the three ultimate heavenly gates had collected. Aside from the three ultimate heavenly gates, there were also people from the other heavenly gates at the astral river. "The Lu heavenly gate is also collecting pyrolite, right?" Xiu nodded. "Should be, but no matter how much they collect, they'll still sell it to the three ultimate heavenly gates. Only the three ultimate heavenly gates have microarray technology." Lu Yin spent the entire day collecting gravel at the bottom of the river. Collecting 500 gravel was a piece of cake. It was only when the sun started to set that everyone walked out of the astral river and lined up to hand in the gravel that had been checked. The gravel would be collected and stored in one place. Brother Big Black, how was it? How much did you get today? A short man came over and asked. About 500, Lu Yin replied. Only 500? Didn't you start at 1,000 before? The man was surprised but then smiled ambiguously. Looks like Brother Big Black used too much last night, huh? Someone behind him started to jeer. Big Black, take care of your body, don't get hollowed out. Yeah, you're the one most likely to receive Team Yi's battle force training. Don't let others drag you down. Ha ha ha. Behind them, Shiyu's face turned red. These bastards kept looking at her with ridicule, mockery, and all sorts of other expressions. If it was the old Big Black, she would have gotten used to it, but this was Lu Yin. Suddenly, she recalled the time when she had tangled with Lu Yin in the Sand Ocean in Astral 10, and her face turned red. Not long after, the two walked towards the wooden house. Don't come, Big Black's house is over there, Shiyu pointed and left without looking back. Lu Yin was stunned. That was Big Black's house, what did it have to do with him? He followed after her. Shiyu's face turned red and she buried her head in her knees as she sat in a corner. Lu Yin entered. Didn't I tell you not to come? She scolded. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm not Big Black. Shiyu didn't say anything and just lowered her head in thought. Lu Yin took out his sword from his cosmic ring and groped around. The power in his body was a mess and he didn't know how to sort it out. It was a headache. Why are you staying here? Shiyu asked. To rest for a few days, Lu Yin replied. Shiyu kept her head down. Actually, there's a chance here. Hengxin once said that the Warring States realm isn't the pinnacle of battle force, and that there's a higher realm above it. Anyone from the three ultimates can learn it as long as they work hard enough. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. During the battle, the Elder God and Hengxin hadn't used the Warring States realm. Instead, they'd used that dark purple substance which should have been the Elder God's power. He talked about it with Lu Bujing before. The third path was the ancient path. The Lord had created the peak of the human body and created the giant bloodline. Battle Qi was also created by him and he had paved a path for himself. Hengxin had been taught by the ancient path, so his battle force cultivation was probably the best in the current universe. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Could he learn the best battle force from Hengxin? Is everyone here from the three ultimate Sky Gate? Lu Yin asked. Shiyu replied, they've all been checked. She looked at Lu Yin. Blackie didn't know battle force at first, but a member of the three ultimates Elysium publicly taught him. He learned battle force and was placed here. There's no problem with his identity in the records of the three ultimates Elysium. Lu Yin looked away. This was interesting. He could use Big Black's identity to do something. As for the fact that his disguise had been seen through, he'd forgotten that Tian-Do had given him the bone in his cosmic ring. It had been made using the Shi family's methods and contained a large amount of death energy that could be used to create Death Mask. Lu Yin took out the bone and to Shiyu's surprise it didn't change at all. He still looked the same, but only Lu Yin knew that he had used Death Mask to take on Big Black's appearance. Back then Juri had used Death Mask to fool the god of Forgotten Ruins, and Lu Yin had also used Death Mask to escape the large-scale screening of half-ancestors. As long as he didn't get too close to them, Death Mask wouldn't be seen through. He wanted to see how far Big Black could go. Over the next few days, Lu Yin used Big Black's identity to peacefully harvest pyrolite. He actually managed to harvest one, although it was far from a gram. At night he caught some of these fish as well. It was said that they came from the era of the Above Heaven sect and had been reared in the Astral River by Hengxin as a reward for harvesting pyrolite. Anyone who dared to catch them would be able to use them to cultivate. However, the overseer usually didn't allow anyone to casually catch them for fear that they would be eaten by the creatures in the Astral River and cause the amount of pyrolite to decrease. A bonfire flickered on the beach as Lu Yin leisurely roasted his fish. There were more than 10 of these fish beside him and across from him was Shiyu. Shiyu looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. You're too high profile. Didn't you say that Big Black was high profile? It's all right, Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Shiyu rolled her eyes. There were so many fish beside him and this wasn't high profile at all. Big Black was already so excited after catching 2, so it was hard to say if the overseer of this beach could even catch so many at once. In the distance, many pairs of greedy eyes looked over from the wooden houses, wanting nothing more than to snatch the fish. Some took action, but they were knocked down by Shiyu's casual toss of sand. Four-lined battle force wasn't something these people could compare to. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the distorted void. He was wearing the Trialt Elysium's uniform and had a solemn expression as he stared coldly at Lu Yin. This person was the overseer of this beach, a hunter. Big Black, did you catch these? The overseer asked sternly. Lu Yin looked up and smiled at the overseer. Yes, do you want some? Together? The overseer looked at the dozen fish and was a little envious, but he also had some misgivings. What level is your battle force? Lu Yin had asked before, and Big Black's battle force had always been at 2 lines. Big Black was the most powerful person on this beach while the rest had only 1 line. 4 lines, Lu Yin replied, raising his hand and gradually covering it with his purple battle force, but it seemed a little unstable. The overseer was shocked. You actually have 4-line battle force? When did you break through?